Hey, Matt, we're getting low bandwidth messages, but everything seems to be okay at the moment. Matt, we were getting low bandwidth messages, if you're monitoring that.
Noting the hour, I'm calling the Acton Select Board meeting to order. First on our agenda is residents' concerns. And if a resident has an item that's not on the agenda, please come to the microphone and state your name and street. Thank you. Online.
Sorry, I just wanted to make an announcement regarding logistics. The ActonTV broadcast is having some technical difficulties all day, or maybe longer than that, and as a result, they're not able to be broadcasting on ActonTV channel on your television set at home. This meeting will be broadcast on YouTube, streaming on the internet, which many TVs you can figure out how to get on your TV. But I just wanted to make that programming note. Hopefully it's resolved before the next meeting.
Thank you. Go ahead, online caller.
Danielle, you should be able to speak.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi. It's Danielle Piscadlo, and I live on Mohegan, right across from Fran. And so this is my first time participating. I don't know if I'm doing this right or raising this concern right, but I wanted to just raise for discussion and maybe to get a little bit more information if anyone else had raised this concern, or if it was something that had been already discussed or talked about. Just the issue of the amount of sort of airplane noise and traffic that we're getting over Indian Village in West Acton. And it's something I've seen on a number of like kind of online forums, but I was just wondering if it had been raised at all at town hall. It seems like it is increasing to the point where it's really quite frequent that, you know, every couple minutes we're hearing pretty loud planes going overhead. And I was just wondering if that is something that this forum had been discussing at all, or if it's something I can raise now.
Thanks, Danielle.
No problem.
Go ahead, online caller.
Hi, this is Tara from here at Mass Ave, and I'm concerned about the proposed light at Hayward. And it's my understanding that staff are working on this as if it's been approved, because the select board aren't stopping it. So it's a tacit approval by not saying anything. And this seems very different than the Prospect and Main situation, where there were several design hearings with neighbors, there were choices. And instead, it seems like it's just moving ahead, barreling ahead, conscom approval for this and that. And I had just a statement from Bill Mullen, who couldn't make it to the meeting tonight, and it was about his concerns relative to the situation. I didn't know if you wanted, are you going to leave room to talk about this at that time on the agenda, or should I just say it now? Because it seems like the neighbors want this stopped until there can be a discussion with enough notice that the neighbors can plan to be. I'm not a neighbor, but noticed it was on the agenda just 2 days ago. So anyways, shall I write it? Shall I, quote now?
You cut out
Hello?
Terry, you cut out just a bit.
Yes, and so it just says that he would have been here and he remains against this ridiculous, grotesquely expensive idea that will make the town and neighbors less safe. So that he asked me to quote, or said can quote that from him. But I wish you would just stop the whole thing until we can have some neighborhood meetings on the matter. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is chair update. I don't have a ton, but I just wanted to say to please join the Town of Acton for a remembrance ceremony on Wednesday, September 11th at 9:55 a.m. The town will hold a brief but poignant ceremony in front of the September 11th monument at the Public Safety Facility located at 371 Main Street. The ceremony will honor and remember the events of September 11th, 2001, and pay tribute to all those impacted by this tragic day. In attendance will be members of the fire department, police department, and dignitaries who will come together to remember and honor the heroes and victims of 9/11. All are welcome to join as we reflect, remember, and vow to never forget. So town manager updates? Oh, I'm sorry. And we will be skipping item 15 on our agenda this evening.
Thank you. I would like to, if the board is okay with this, to share my updates with Tom and split them. So thank you for that. Just wanted to make sure that folks know that the EEE status as it relates to mosquito-borne illness, the state has listed us as high risk on last week, and the Board of Health met on Friday to recommend specific actions that staff take as it relates to spraying. It also issued an advisory to everyone in town that it strongly advised that it end evening activities before dusk and not to start morning activities until after dawn is cleared. And more detailed recommendations are posted on our website. We did post information throughout the weekend as it relates to the spraying that started Sunday night, which was last night. We sprayed all the school fields, or the area around all the school properties, rather. This was all done by the Central Mass Mosquito Control Project, who does the spraying. They're a quasi-government agency. They are starting tonight at 7:30, or after 7:30 tonight. They'll be starting doing other municipal properties and neighborhoods throughout the community. All of those areas, all areas will be covered except areas where people opted out of spraying through the formal process that is available to residents who chose to do so. I just wanted to also mention that on Friday afternoon, or probably around 5:30 or so, we sent out a reverse 911. It went to 6,000 people, I think. And if you didn't get it, it means that you're not in our system. And so the system was designed when everyone had landlines, and many people don't anymore. And if you don't have a landline anymore and you just use your cell phone and you haven't opted into our service, then that might be why you didn't get it. So I'd encourage people, especially if you didn't get the message and you want to get messages like that, to go to actonma.gov/subscribe. And in that website, you'll be able to figure out how to subscribe to get reverse 911s. We do them very infrequently, but when we do, we do it because it's important. And so I'd encourage people to sign up for that. I just also, a programming note, town offices will be closed on this Friday. And the transfer station will be closed as well. We're having a professional development day, and we're inviting all staff to attend. And so we have to, in order to get everyone to participate, we have to close the offices. And it's a good investment of time, and it's a good opportunity for departments to get to know each other and to work together to achieve goals that the board has set for us, and other exciting team building types of activities. So that's Friday, and then I'll kick it to Tom.
Thank you very much and good evening. Three quick updates for you or announcements. The Senior Center will be hosting an ice cream social at the Health and Human Services Building at 30 Sudbury on October 11th and is welcoming all seniors who are interested to attend. The Recreation Department is also hosting a free kids concert on Sunday, September 29th at 3 p.m. This is a rescheduled concert from early in the year. It's Mr. Vick will be performing, and this will be held at the Nara Amphitheater. If you're interested, it's free, so feel free to just show up and enjoy the event. And the third update is the town is hosting a national drug take-back event on October 26th at the Public Safety Facility, and that'll go from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Alyssa?
Thank you. I have several. Before the emergency meeting that the Board of Health held on Friday, they met on Tuesday evening, and the commissioners put out a request that we keep in mind funding for health promotion during the budgeting process. When the nursing services was an enterprise fund, there was funding left over from that for health promotion, and so that no longer is the case, and I'm sure that, like the press release that was sent out about EEE, there is funding available, but just wanted to let the board know that they had made that request, that we keep that in mind. I mentioned this at the last meeting. The public comment period for the hazard mitigation plan update draft is due this Wednesday, September 11th. So having a hazard mitigation plan and updating it every 5 years is a requirement from FEMA for eligibility for mitigation grants. Disaster relief funding is not tied to having a plan. I volunteered to be the select board rep on the working group, so what I've done is attended the meetings and also submitted comments. I procrastinated and sent them an hour ago, but I would encourage all of you, if you haven't reviewed that document, to review it and send in your comments, because my comments were just from me, not representative of the board, since we hadn't had a discussion. And I would also encourage the public to submit comments. So the mitigation plan helps us plan to reduce or eliminate any dangers to life and property from natural hazards like flooding and high winds, extreme temperatures, brush fire, drought, etc. This Saturday at the Memorial Library, there's another Fix-It clinic that's a partnership between the Memorial Library and Green Acton. So there will be expert coaches and tools in the meeting room on the first floor, and they can help you troubleshoot and hopefully repair small appliances, toys, devices, clothing, electronics, and every time there's a successful repair, there's an announcement with a bell. It's a lot of fun. People are really happy to be able to fix things so they don't have to throw them away and buy new. I also mentioned this at the last meeting, that the Neshoba Praying Indians talk is happening at the Church of the Good Shepherd on September 17th, but I just learned that registration is required, and you can do that at the Sudbury Valley Trustees website. Just search for their Outdoor Voices speaker series. And I would encourage any residents who suggest more public education about Indigenous peoples to attend that event if they are able, so you can learn more, because that always comes up in discussions of Indigenous Peoples Day that the board has. And Tuesday, September 24th, is our second hazardous waste day of the year from 4 to 6:30 at the DPW site. So it's not the transfer station entrance on Route 2, but the one on Forest Road. And we're gonna have another water chestnut pull at Ice House Pond on Saturday, September 28th from 9 to 12. So you can sign up with the Conservation Division on the website. That is a lot of fun. I've seen pictures, everybody's smiling. You can bring your own watercraft if you have a canoe, kayak, or paddleboard, or they will provide one, and everybody goes out and puts water chestnuts into laundry hampers to get them out of Ice House Pond. And then my last one, sorry, this is a lot. I attended the Friends of the Acton Library's annual meeting on August 29th, and they reported, there was a treasurer's report. They reported gifts to the school and town libraries over the past 10 years have totaled $250,000. So they were very proud to announce that $250,000 has been given over the last 10 years to our school and town libraries.
Thank you. Dean?
Thank you. So I'd just like to update the board and the public about the upcoming events for the Acton 250 committee. We have a fall programming flyer, which I've left on the counter. We have some as well here in Town Hall. These also can be obtained from the Town of Acton website. We've got a number of really interesting speakers that are going to be meeting in various locations through the fall. We're going to do a talk with Mary Fuhrer about the Crown Resistance Day on September 25th. We've got Robert Gross coming in to talk about Concord's Road to Revolution on October 23rd. Hidden History of Black Boston on November 6th. One for the Revolutionary Road Taverns in the American Revolution on November 12th. And Native Americans in southern New England and their impact on the Revolution, that will be on December 5th. 250 Committee has been working with a number of different collaborators, including the Ironwork Farm, Acton Memorial Library, and Pine Hawk. So all of the speakers for the fall series have been, the funding for that was obtained as a donation from the Acton Lions Club, which the board accepted at a recent meeting. So I'd like to see as many people as possible to take part in these events. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. David?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that the Finance Committee is putting together a cost-cutting task force following last spring's override. At their last meeting, they discussed participation and goals for the task force. At their meeting tomorrow, they're scheduled to discuss the structure of the task force. So if you're interested, tune in tomorrow.
Jim?
Just a couple little things. Alyssa mentioned the hazard mitigation plan, the HMP. So I thought I should also mention the confusingly similarly entitled MVP, which is the Municipal Vulnerability Program, which is also a process that we are in the middle of, but it's a little bit behind the HMP. And a special focus of the MVP program this year around is responding to the potential impacts of climate change. So for those of you that are concerned about the impacts of climate change on Acton, look for opportunities to comment on municipal vulnerability and the plan itself when that's ready as well. The other piece was, well, just since we had the citizen comment about airplane noise, I just wanted to be reassuring that we will get back to you on that topic. We don't usually launch into discussions right away when people bring concerns, but we do, we will be getting back to you.
Thanks, Jim. Next on our agenda, we will start with the first public hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on September 9th, 2024 at 7:10 in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204 at Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on the application of Even Murray's LLC DBA Silver Girl located at 251 Arlington Street, Acton, Mass. Under Chapter 140, Section 181 of the Massachusetts General Laws for an entertainment license for acoustic and vocal music. The application can be inspected at Town Hall during normal business hours. Login instructions for computers can be found here. From a computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, actonmass.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. And if you would like to approach the... How's it going? Good. I bet. So this is for the Vittler license. Oh, the entertainment, sorry. So do any board members have questions, or do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're planning first?
Sure. I'm Dawn Eve Aguiar.
I'm Tamara Murray DeLuzio.
Hi there.
And our plan right now is to be open from Thursday to Sunday, and we anticipate having occasionally like a jazz trio or a vocalist with a piano or guitar during dinner service. And occasionally a jazz brunch on Saturday or Sunday.
Yes, correct.
So pretty much during the day? Yeah.
During the evening.
During the evening.
During the
Yes.
evening?
Yes,
Saturday
except for
would
the,
be, yeah.
except for a brunch on a Saturday
Okay.
or Sunday,
Or
but
Sunday.
otherwise it's dinner.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, or David?
Hi, thank you for coming in. Do you plan on having any outside seating?
We do have space for a patio, but we don't plan on having entertainment outside.
No, yeah.
And we won't have outside seating this year. It'll be next year.
Thank
by
you.
the time that happens.
Any other members? Dean?
Will this strictly be acoustic music, or is it going to be amplified?
It'll be small
Yeah,
amplification,
there
if you
will
know
be.
what I mean.
Yeah.
So like jazz trios, often the guitarist will have a little guitar amp that
Okay.
they use, but then there'll be an upright bass and they're not amplified.
There
And
won't-
vocalists are typically
Right.
slightly amplified.
We're not doing like big rock shows,
Or
it won't be
bands or
like,
anything.
yeah, like big bands, with, big loud drums.
Or drums
and
or-
things
yeah.
like that. If we were ever to do any sort of drum, it would be like a jazz drum. They use the metal, the whisk
I'm
type.
just,
Yeah,
you're in a village, but you're also right close to lots of residential
of course.
situations.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that your music doesn't drown out the sound of the commuter train
Of the
going
train,
by.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah, we want to make sure everyone hears the train, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or? So do I hear a motion? Oh, any public comment? Yeah. Please come to the microphone and state your name and your address, please.
I'm Mary Price Maddox. I'm a longtime Acton resident and neighbor across the street. Again, welcome to the neighborhood. I'm also a 20-year veteran of the Acton faculty, and we've had live music there before, and it's fine, but I would love to know specifically when kind of the hard stop is, because a bass can rock the neighborhood. And
I believe we put in, I can't remember, I believe in the application there was a hard stop time. Do you guys have that?
10 PM.
10 PM.
okay, thank you.
And I should add that Sunday was 5 PM.
David?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
David?
I move to approve the entertainment license to Even Murray's LLC, doing business as Silver Girl, located at 251 Arlington Street, under Chapter 140, Section 181 of the Massachusetts General Laws, for an entertainment license for acoustic and vocal music to end at 10 p.m.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. On to the second public hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on September 9th, 2024 at 7:20 PM in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on the application of Even Murray's LLC DBA Silver Girl, located at 251 Arlington Street, Acton, Mass., under Section 140 of the Massachusetts General Laws for a common vittler license. The application can be inspected at Town Hall during normal business hours. Remote participants may view the hearing at www.actonmass.com/BOS or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Tell us a little bit about what you're planning.
Do you want to do it? No? Okay. All right. So, Silver Girl will be a restaurant. We're starting with dinner, as I mentioned, Thursday through Sunday, with brunch on Saturday, Sunday as well. We'll eventually, hopefully, expand that to more days and possibly to lunch. But at first, we will have cocktails and small plates, and it's going to be American-style comfort food, basically elevated comfort food.
Thank you. Any questions? Jim?
So the building's reconfigured from its current setup. So can you sort of take me through what my experience would be if I show up in a wheelchair? Which entrances are accessible? Can I get to the bathrooms? Are the widths wide enough so I can get anywhere I want to in the customer area?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Do you want to talk?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are definitely very, ADA compliant. The main entrance that everyone will be using is wheelchair accessible. When you come in, we're very cognizant of making sure, the widths between everything, chairs and tables, we're measuring everything all the time.
At least 30 inches.
Exactly, just as we've done at Even Murray's, we're doing the same thing at Silver Girl as well. Restroom is also ADA accessible as well, so again, very cognizant of making sure, that everybody, can use our space and be warm and comfortable there.
Yep.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions? Alyssa?
Thank you. I'm excited. I am very excited about the menu. I noticed that there's a demonstration kitchen, and then it looks like demonstration seating that's pretty far removed. And I'm wondering if you can, is that happening?
That has been reconfigured.
Oh, all
So
right. I'm
that
looking at an
demonstration
old one.
seating was from the prior, when it was Orange Door Kitchen, that's what it was named. So that part has now been reconfigured as a bar. Yep.
Any other questions? Questions from the public? Seeing none? None online. Do we have a motion to close?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. David?
I am moved to approve the common vittler license for Even Murray's LLC, doing business as Silver Girl, located at 251 Arlington Street, under Section 140 of the Massachusetts General Law.
Go ahead.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. Thank you.
So our first item under new special business, and we will not be taking public comment, appoint Leo Mercado as town clerk.
Thank you. Members of the board, we completed the recruitment for our new town clerk. Recommendation for the board's approval. It's a select board appointment. Eva Skaratic, who is our town clerk for the last 30 years or so, is retiring on September 26th. And the board approved a process that we proposed in July to recruit her replacement. And so I'm pleased to announce that I'm recommending the appointment of Leo Mercado to serve as the next town clerk. Leo is here in the room with us tonight. It was a pretty competitive application process. We had 16 applications. We held a first round of interviews with 6 or 8 or so candidates, and we invited 4 back for another round. And then we had finalist interviews, and members of the board, the chair and the vice chair, participated in the second round as we laid out in the proposed process. And Leo, who is currently serving as our deputy town clerk, demonstrated to the panel and to me that he's ready to take on this important role, and he's committed to doing so with integrity and compassion. Leo served as deputy town clerk here since 2021. Before that, he was in the Marlborough City Clerk's office working on vital records. He also has some other municipal experience down in Connecticut in the tax collector's office. He's been very busy, and the clerk's office has been busy the last few years, and he's been right there. He was a big part of that huge town meeting we held in May, helping that thing go forward in 4 different rooms. He also has been helping to figure out how to better respond to public records requests, and he has a lot of ideas on how he can continue to improve the way we are running office procedures and how we run the election. So this is a select board appointment. It's a 3-year appointment, and so if it's approved, it would be for 3 years from the date that the appointment is effective. I'm recommending that the board consider making a motion to appoint Leo effective September 26th and for 3 years. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Leo is also here if there's any questions of the board.
Thank you, John. Questions? Jim?
Statement, but I can make it after the motion. I'd be, yeah.
If,
Yeah,
Sure.
that was basically, I was
Come on up.
wondering if Leo wanted us to know anything about what, having you as town clerk is going to be like. It'd be
thought-
great to get a preview.
we could make a motion first and then have discussion.
Yeah.
Yep. David?
I move to appoint Leo Mercado as town clerk effective September 26, 2024, for a 3-year term.
Second.
Any discussion? Leo, if you want to take the hot seat.
Hi, thank you very much.
Yeah, so Leo, I think my basic question was just, you started here at the same time as I started on the select board. So, I know that you treated me with, respect and with, and with, sort of rapid responses to questions I had, and I really appreciated that. But now you have this other opportunity to be the clerk, and I'm wondering if you have a perspective on what that might mean, what people might notice, what you might be working on, what your goals are, any of that would sort of help us understand what to expect.
Sure, thank you for the kind words, and, I will, have a staff that will treat everyone the same, with respect, with dignity. Any question is valid, so, I expect them to respond to that question as quickly as possible, with the most accurate information that they can provide. So, and then the few things that you'll notice that'll be different with me as the town clerk is the invitation of new technology. I want to invite new technology into the office and take advantage of what's out there, what's available out there. So you will see improvements with the use of the new technologies that are available to us.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Alyssa?
Thanks, Leo. I don't have any questions for Leo, but I just wanted to let the board know that I had a conversation with Leo on Friday, and it was very clear that he has plans on day one to hit the ground running and bring some improvements, and I've always been impressed. Every interaction at the clerk's office with Leo has been very pleasant. He's a really friendly guy, very helpful. So I'm excited to have you on board as clerk.
I have to say, even with caller ID, thanks for answering my phone calls all the time. Any other questions or? Great. Yeah, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Congratulations, Leo. It's exciting. Thank you.
If I could just say a few words? Thank you. It was a great honor for me to accept the position of Acton's town clerk. I would like to thank the town manager and the select board for this appointment and express my heartfelt gratitude to my colleagues and family who have supported me throughout this journey. I want to give a special thanks to the retiring clerk, Eva Skaratic, for her guidance and education over the past 3 years. Eva, your mentorship has been invaluable, and I'm truly grateful for all that you have taught me. I'm thrilled to accept this position, and I promise to bring my passion and dedication to the role of town clerk. I'm committed to upholding the trust that has been placed in me, and I look forward to collaborating with all of you to serve our community to the best of my abilities. Thank you very much.
So moving to number 6, approve request from Seal Harbor LLC to contribute to tree fund in lieu of plantings following Bumblebee Way tree hearing.
Thank you. Town Council Nina Pickering-Cook is here to help us with this agenda item and the next one as well. But this is all following on several discussions that the board had over the last 4 years about trees, and Town Council is going to help us get to the finish line with this process.
Good evening, Nina Pickering-Cook, Town Council. This request has been made most recently by the developer, Seal Harbor, the developer of Bumblebee Way subdivision, after the town manager's office and my office questioned the developer with respect to the replanting of trees along High Street. That resulted in Council for Seal Harbor doing some research into the issue that has a bit of a tortured past as the subdivision has gone on for quite some time, which has created a number of other problems, but one of them being a kind of murky history with respect to what happened with the tree mitigation here. I will give you kind of a brief history, if I can, of what this board's role has been in that issue and what the developer is now requesting and the issues that we have identified with going forward. So originally, I believe there are 2 public shade trees along High Street that were going to be removed and were approved to be removed by the tree warden. There was an appeal through the normal subdivision process. There was an appeal of that came to this board. This board made a decision to preserve those trees, that they couldn't be removed. The subdivision way that was intersecting with High Street was then rerouted to be farther away from those trees and save those 2 trees. That was done after the subdivision was constructed. There was some concern once people were living there that the sight lines from the trees were causing issues. the tree issue came back in front of this board, as you're the ones who affect the tree policy for the town. At that point, the board voted to have those 2 trees removed and have them be replaced with 6 new plantings, and I believe delegated the kind of authority to effectuate that to the town manager's office in conjunction with the tree warden. After that time, there was a lot of back and forth between the developer and the tree warden in the town manager's office about what was done and why and when. This is where that murky part comes in that I was referring to. The town has clearly requested that Seal Harbor LLC, the developer, plant 6 new trees. A location was identified out beyond the Bumblebee Way subdivision in front of the Audubon Hill subdivision within the public right-of-way. There was some dispute as to whether the developer had the authority or permission to plant the trees there, so they were never planted, is the moral of the story. And the town had also requested that an amount around $5,000 be paid into the tree mitigation fund as a result of the 2 public shade trees being removed. There is now debate as to whether that $5,000 has been paid. There is no debate as to whether the 6 new trees have been planted. The 6 trees have not been planted anywhere, and everyone admits that. Seal Harbor has record of the $5,000 being paid into the town. The town has not been able to locate or confirm that it has received that payment. We're still working on that. We're trying to figure out where he paid it and to whom, because no one that has been involved now is aware of any such payment. What the developer is requesting at this point is that the obligation to plant the 6 new trees is essentially that the town, once it can confirm it has received the $5,000, keeps that $5,000 in lieu of the planting of the 6 trees. That is the request. The difficulty comes in with a disagreement or a misunderstanding between the town and the developer about what that $5,000 was originally paid to the town for. It certainly was the understanding of some folks in town that the $5,000, the result of the removing of the 2 trees was payment of the $5,000 and the planting of 6 trees. Mr. Gallagher, on behalf of Seal Harbor, certainly believes that the $5,000 was either in lieu of the 2 trees or as security, in lieu of the 6 trees, or as security to make sure he removed the 2 trees. In any event, the issue that is before you now is whether the town is requiring $5,000 plus 6 trees, or whether the town was requiring $5,000 or 6 trees. And he is requesting that the $5,000 be in lieu of the 6 trees, and states that he has already fulfilled that obligation, which we need to confirm. That is a lot of information, I understand. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that. To the extent I can, I would look to Corey and John as well, who are also involved in this over the years, intermittently as these things would come up.
I'll take comment, but I'm curious, how can we approve this with not knowing, the status of the deposits and...
That's a great question. You could certainly say if it is the board's will, you could certainly say, we agree to accept the $5,000 in lieu of the planting of the 6 trees and make it subject to confirming that that has been paid and obligate him to pay it if not. I would note that under your tree policy, I haven't done the calculations, I'm not sure if Corey or John has, but under your tree policy, I believe the mitigation payments for 6 trees would be more than the $5,000 that was put in.
Thank you. Dean?
Yeah, without going back through all of the history and looking at the size of the trees that were removed, it seems to me that $5,000 is a pretty paltry amount considering the diameter of the trees removed. And the proposal of 6 3-inch caliper trees being planted, I think you'd be hard-pressed in today's environment to be able to purchase and install those trees for about $800 a piece. It seems like the number is pretty low. And I would suggest that, we might want to hold off on this, do a little more research, go back through the policies and see how the calculations were done, because it seems like a real lowball offer. I think, I seem to recall reading an email when there was some question about whether we were talking $5,000 or $10,000. So I think there's some confusion about that as well. So personally, I don't think this issue is ripe for a vote at this point.
One thing that does come to mind, Mr. Charter, as you're going through that, is the fact that if we confirm that the $5,000, or if we agree that the $5,000 was paid as security for the removal of the 2 trees, one option could be return the $5,000 and calculate a fee anew for the 6 plantings, if they're not going to happen. So essentially take the $5,000 off the table if the parties agree that that was a security for the removal of the 2 trees, which perhaps is more in the range of $5,000, and then calculate a new mitigation payment to the tree fund for the 6 plantings that have not been done. So there are a few different ways to deal with this issue, but I agree there's certainly some holes here.
Alyssa?
Thank you. I just have a question about the 6 trees. The reason that they were not planted was because Audubon objected to that, and I'm wondering if you can share why that is?
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to make any specific allegations about that, because all of this is kind of secondhand that I've read in emails. There was discussion about the trees being planted within the public way. As many people know, the public way is far wider than just the paved roadbed. So it may appear to folks at Audubon to be within Audubon property. I believe that Audubon was requested permission to have the trees planted on their property itself, and they refused that, as is their right. But I don't have any firsthand knowledge of the communications about where those trees would be planted in the frontage of Audubon. But the lack of permission is my understanding of why that planting didn't go forward.
David?
Thank you. A few things here. First of all, this is very close to my house. I walk by here all the time. I walked by here twice today. The sight lines were discussed at the original shade tree hearing, and we were assured at that time that the sightlines were not a problem, and they had done whatever measurements or tests that they needed to do to assure themselves that the sightlines were not going to be a problem. Well, right after they got permission to take down, right after we asked them to, to move the driveway and all that stuff, then and they immediately asked to move the driveway back and take down the trees, which we allowed them to do in return for a monetary amount and planting new trees. Because I'm here all the time, over now years, I have asked the town manager, and he has asked the town engineer, while work was still going on there, I was concerned that they were doing lots of site work after the houses were built and not planting any trees on their property. And so from time to time, I would ask the town manager, and they would have a correspondence with the developer. And, well, site work is still going on. It's too early to talk about trees. Then, in one of my inquiries, I got the message back saying, okay, the site work's done. It's too late to talk about trees. I feel put upon by this developer at several different levels in this process. And I think he has not been honest nor fair with the town and the people who are nearby. I do want to also talk about the placement of the trees. So I have, because we had some interaction and they asked me, I have met with members of the Audubon Hill board. I think there are two boards actually, because there's a east development or west development. I'm not sure whether I met with the east people or the west people, but I met with the people that own the property that is adjacent, on High Street, adjacent to the Bumblebee Way lots. And they also feel aggrieved by Mr. Gallagher. And among other things, they claim that one of the drainage discharges is on their side of the property line. If it's off by feet. It's not off by, a lot, but they still claim that it's on their side of the property line and 3 pipes drain onto their property. So I think, that they didn't want to plant the trees there, but in my view, they should have been planted on, as part of the Bumblebee Way site work, but that wasn't done. And now that site work is done and they want the town to take up, or Mr. Gallagher wants the town to take up the problem and figure it out with the Audubon Hill folks, which is, I think, is maybe not out of the question, but it would involve some negotiation with the Audubon Hill Homeowners Association. I also want to make one more correction. I think the proposed placement of the trees is not within the streets right away. It's within the sidewalk easement. Because that makes a difference. And especially what we're allowed to do within the easement. And the Audubon Hill folks also claim that the easement is not properly constructed, so I don't know about that. But in any case, I'm nearly sure that they are correct, that the proposed placement is within the sidewalk easement, not within High Street's right of way.
Nina? Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Sorry,
forgive me. I received a text that counsel for Seal Harbor LLC is on the line and does want to speak. So we should probably hear the proposal directly from him.
Sounds good. And feel free when you're ready. Yeah.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Silverstein. I'm with Blattman, Bobrowski, Haverty, and Silverstein, and I'm counsel for Seal Harbor. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'll only take a few minutes. I did send a detailed timeline with exhibits to the town manager and town council this afternoon. But I'll summarize it briefly. I want to clarify and correct a couple of points. The Seal Harbor applied for and was granted permission to take down the trees. As town council indicated, the select board overturned the decision of the tree warden and ordered that the trees be retained. At that point, the subdivision plan was modified to reroute the driveway. There was no representation as to what the sightlines would have been at that time because there had been no design of a driveway preserving the trees. So I want to correct any suggestion that a misrepresentation was made with respect to what the sightlines were. The sightlines that were discussed that evening, if any, were with respect to the original driveway design, not the new driveway design that was necessitated by the board's requirement to retain the trees, reversing the decision of the tree warden. About a year later, and the revised plan was reviewed and approved by the planning board and the planning board's peer reviewer. After that driveway was constructed, a lot owner wrote a letter asking to have the trees taken down. This was not the applicant's request whatsoever. The applicant had spent the time and money to redesign the project, get it approved, and build it in accordance with the revised plan that retained the trees. At that point, the developer had no interest in removing the trees. But when a lot owner requested that the trees be removed because of his perception that there was a sightline issue, at that point, the tree warden wrote an email stating he agreed and that he thought the trees should have been removed from the outset. The former tree warden also appeared at a meeting of the select board stating that both of the trees had root rot, likely as a result of damage from snow plowing, nothing having to do with the development, and that they posed, that they were hazardous. At that point, even though Seal Harbor had already paid to revise the subdivision to comply with the board's decision, the board then asked for those two trees to be taken down anyway. The developer paid to have those trees taken down and was still asked to agree to mitigation. There are a number of emails indicating that the 6 tree plantings would be in lieu of mitigation, in lieu of the $5,000 specifically that had already been paid. And there were a number of emails where he stated he had paid the $5,000. No one suggested otherwise. This was, within months of when he paid that $5,000. So, a couple important things that need to be corrected and clarified. Number one, Seal Harbor did not take the trees down at its own request or desire. It did it because the select board, after first ordering the developer to revise the subdivision, changed its mind because it heard from the police department and the current and former tree wardens that they were hazardous. He complied, even though he had paid $7,500 into the sidewalk fund in lieu of reconstructing the sidewalks in front of the development. He then, as a result of taking the trees down, had to pay for the sidewalk work anyways and never got the $7,500 back. That's fine. He didn't ask for it. And the town's tree policy states clearly that if an applicant wants to take down a non-hazardous tree, there's the mitigation requirement. Here, the applicant had moved on and constructed the subdivision according to the board's desire. The applicant was no longer had any interest in taking down the trees. The applicant was asked to take down the trees at its own expense because the trees were hazardous. So there would be no requirement under the tree policy for any mitigation. Nevertheless, the applicant agreed either to plant the 6 trees or let the town keep the $5,000 that had already been paid. Since then, on many, many occasions, there are emails indicating that the applicant was ready, willing, and able to plant the 6 trees. There was never any request or suggestion that the 6 trees be planted on the Bumblebee Way subdivision. It was always the desire, and in fact, it was the tree warden who staked out the proposed locations of the trees on the Audubon subdivision. And all the applicant has ever said was, show me where to plant the trees and tell me I have permission to do it, and I will do it. The applicant is not asking for the town to accept $5,000 in lieu of planting the 6 trees, but the applicant remains to this day. It's a big town and the town has plenty of roadway. Show the developer where you want the 6 trees and he will plant them. But none of this was in any way a result of the applicant asking for the trees to be removed or refusing to plant the 6 trees. It's a result of being asked to plant the 6 trees on someone else's property who said they didn't want them there. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there, Jim, did you have something?
Yeah, I didn't have a question for Jonathan. Just, I think a question for John Mangiarotti or Town Council. So the notes from the 7/26/2021 meeting indicate that we deferred to the town manager for negotiations with the contractor. And I can see why we did this. This is a complex situation with a lot of bad feelings back and forth and miscommunications. And, you know, having to go through all those in public is not really a pleasant experience for anybody on either side. So having this go through the town manager's office seems like a fine thing. So I guess I was wondering why it's come back to us. And the other question was, and also in that same 7/26 meeting, I didn't know if this was a typo or what. It says, Mr. Gallagher indicated he gave the town $10,000 for the street tree fund to remove or replace those trees. So are we talking about a missing $5,000 or a missing $10,000 or what?
Thank you. With regards to payments in any amount, we were not able to identify when they were made or to where they were accepted and deposited. At one point during the several back and forth, I did say to the developer that we would return it if he planted the trees. I was operating on the assumption that he had paid it. I still am unable to confirm that assumption. And so that's part of the reason that I suppose coming back here just makes it even more complicated, but I think it's been going on for so long, I think it's worth surfacing again in public, even if you just say, you should have taken care of it before, take care of it now. And I'm happy to have you say that. But I just didn't want to continue this spinning without bringing it back to the board for your comments.
Nina, and then David. Yeah.
I just had one clarifying question. I want to make sure the record is clear on this for Jonathan. Jonathan, I've heard both from you all, you know, like you, I've been trying to unravel this and figure out what happened here historically with something I wasn't directly involved in. I have heard you say in writing that that the $5,000 was paid as security for the removal of the 2 trees. And tonight you represented that it was in lieu of the planting of the 6 new trees. Is that just your client's position now, or what did the $5,000 reflect as understood by your client?
So thanks for asking that clarification. My understanding is that the $5,000 was paid in June of 2020. At the time, it was, I believe, intended as security to cover the cost of removing the trees, which was the intent at that time. But it was never returned. And then when the select board decided it did want the trees taken down, that's when the communication between the developer and the town manager via email, the developer said, well, I've already paid this $5,000. What's the plan with that? And the town manager said, well, the planting of the 6 trees would be in lieu of the $5,000, so that would be returned to you. Of course, the town needs to confirm that the money was paid. And unfortunately, it's over 4 years ago. Only recently did the developer become aware that there was any question about that. So he had no reason to keep a 4-year-old canceled check. And the bank that he used to do business with has now been acquired by Rockland Trust, I think. And he's trying to track that down. He does have a check number. He has a note that says for trees. But he doesn't have a copy of the check. So obviously that needs to be confirmed. But I want to be really clear. The only reason he's bringing up the $5,000 is not to, someone used the term shortchanged and dishonest. I really think it's unfortunate for those sorts of aspersions to be used. He, at all times, has been ready, willing, and able to plant the 6 trees. He just needs to be told where. And to be given the opportunity to do it, and he remains happy to do that. I also want to make the point that this not relevant suggestion about the dry well being on Audubon's property is false. That is something that was dealt with early on in the subdivision construction, and it was put in there because he had an easement, and it was relocated under the observation and with the approval of the planning board and its peer reviewer.
So, Nina, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't intend to go through a back and forth here with Mr. Silverstein, but Jonathan, there is one thing I do need to clarify on behalf of the board. I understand that your client feels put upon by this board or whoever for these obligations. But the idea that he doesn't know where to plant the trees, I must point out, is a problem of your client's own making. The idea was originally, I believe, that the 6 trees would be replanted along the Bumblebee Way frontage. He never fulfilled that obligation and conveyed out those parcels before that obligation was fulfilled. Therefore, that is why he was in a position of having to find another location to plant the trees. Ultimately, it is not the town's responsibility to obtain permission for the replanting of these trees. It is an obligation that was your client's and remains with your client.
So, yeah, and again, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but if I could briefly respond.
Jonathan?
Point of order, he wasn't recognized to speak.
Jonathan,
I'm
I
sorry.
have 2 members who are going to speak. David?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, I didn't say dishonest, I said put upon. Second, the sightline discussion, I think, happened at a planning board hearing when the driveway was moved. And we were assured, the planning board was assured that the sightlines were fine. Then, when the sightlines weren't fine and people couldn't actually pull out of the driveway safely, the select board reluctantly allowed those trees to be removed. It's not like we ordered the trees to be removed. It's that after you built the driveway where you built it, it was not in a safe situation, even though you claimed that the sightlines were correct, And then we reluctantly had to allow those trees to be removed. In return, I certainly expected, that trees would go in that area to grow into shade trees along High Street and Bumblebee Way to replace those that we removed. That didn't happen as part of the site work. The stakes that were added, that you claim that the tree warden needs to get permission for where to put the trees, I agree with council. Those are council. Those stakes were put in relatively recently because the trees were not planted in the Bumblebee Way development. And so, we haven't found a good place to put the trees, but we didn't want them there. We wanted them in the Bumblebee Way development. So, anyway, we could go back and forth on this.
Jim?
My recommendation is that, I think the airing of the issues has been useful to bring us up to date, but my recommendation is to return this to the manager to finish the negotiation. My preference would be that there be, 6 trees planted in locations, agreed to between the town manager's office, the tree warden, and the developer. But if for some reason that negotiation goes nowhere after a reasonable effort, then, I guess cash can do it. Yeah, and this whole question about whether the deposit was made or not is obviously a technical question that's well beyond the capability of the select board to settle. I've heard enough. I'm happy to turn this back to the town manager with our general sense that it would be better to have trees. If the rest of the board wants that to be a motion, I'm happy to make it.
I'm happy with that, and even if, just before, one more comment, even if it doesn't materialize into trees, I'm uneasy not knowing how much he's paid or not, or, I would like that to be clear as well. So I'm not ready to vote on it, point, so. David?
Do I don't think that we, as Jim says, we don't necessarily have to vote to accept. We can just vote to turn it back to the town manager. if
Sounds
that's
good.
What the
Yep.
board wants to do. And Jim said he'd make such a motion if that's what you'd like.
Okay. Alyssa, do you have?
Yeah, so I would agree with that. I would like to see the trees planted, and I think that turning it back to the town manager to negotiate with the tree warden and the developer, the location, and also continue to get a record of the payments that were made on both the town's and the developer's part.
Sounds good. Dean?
I think it sounds like we're reaching a consensus to have the town manager negotiate this further. I'd just like to get the sense of the board. It seems like they're at somewhat of an impasse on planting these trees in the immediate vicinity of where the old trees were taken down, with opposition from Audubon Hill condos, and then on one hand, an opposition from the folks that bought the houses on Bumblebee Way as well. So I hope that we can agree to give the town manager some latitude as to where these trees can be planted. I can come up with half a dozen good spots on what's clearly public property that could certainly use some trees. But I hope you will allow the town manager some leeway and not have an expectation of planting trees in a spot that looks like it's just not going to work out.
Sounds good.
Mr. Manager, would you like a vote on this matter? Would you prefer?
No, thank you.
Okay. It's back in your hands then by default.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, please, come to the, yeah, okay. Yes, please. Sorry about that.
didn't know if it was appropriate. Hi, everybody. I live in Audubon Hill South, and I'm one of the board members, the Board of Governors, and I heard a couple things tonight that I might be able to help clarify a little bit. One thing is that I've seen in all the correspondence that we were asked permission, and nobody responded. We were never asked permission. But that's the smaller thing of concern for us. The bigger thing with the tree placement, the six trees, which now are notorious in a way, they block, the proposed placement of them block our ability to maintain our property. Every year, we bring a big brush hogger up. We have to go down on High Street and bring it up to clear all the brush. Those trees were going to block that, and that just wasn't going to be anything that would work for us. So, and I know you want to close and get off of this, but I just wanted to offer if anyone had any more questions for me about why we had opposition, because we're normally very, very tree pro-tree people. I'm happy to answer them.
No, thank you for your
Thank
comment. And just remember to state your name and address.
My name is Katrina Buck. I live at 18 Faulkner Hill Road, which is very close to Bumblebee Way. It's been an unsightly mess for a good 4+ years. It feels like more than 4 years. And it sounds like it's going to be another year before we get any trees because you can't plant in another 4 weeks. It's going to be very difficult. So we're going to be putting this off another 4 years. Or another 4, 5, 6 months, I'm sorry. I guess the other thing that really occurs to me in listening to this long story, not being intimately involved with it, one of my neighbors had clued me in that this was happening this evening and asked me to come sit in. I have concerns about what is going to happen in the future as Acton continues to ramp up its development. We've got proposals for MBTA zoning and preservation or conservation zoning. How much are we going to expect from the developers? How are we going to track what these folks are doing? So they say the sight lines are here, but they move over there, and they have to take a tree here, and they have to move a boulder there. It's really kind of disconcerting to the average citizen that things kind of disappear in the town and they never reappear. A lot of people were really shocked when the Kelly's corner trees all disappeared, and there's been talk that it's going to be 10 years before they reappear. I hope that's not true. So I guess as a concerned person who lives in that neighborhood and who's lived in Acton for over 20 years, I hope that the character of Acton does not change and that trees and hills and other things disappear. In my own yard, I had to replace a 20-year-old wooden retaining wall with concrete blocks. And I had to take down a significant, like 50-foot oak tree, and it broke my heart. Sometimes it's necessary to do that, and we understand that. And maybe there were rotting roots, but those trees had stood there for many, many years without a problem. I've seen telephone poles that are rotting that nobody is saying, let's take those down right away. So I guess we need to be mindful as we're developing. What are we taking away? What are we putting up? What are we replacing things with? Right now, what those trees have been replaced with is I look at a 6-foot septic pipe on Bumblebee Way coming out of the first house on the street with absolutely no greenery at all around the house. And it's kind of gross to look at. It isn't what I expect. So I hope that you kind of realize that people on the street, on High Street, Faulkner Hill, all around the neighborhood, that we do notice and we do mind having to see things disappear and things that reappear that are unsightly. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Are there any comments online? Go ahead, speaker.
Hi, it's Tara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes, so I was just going to remind, I think Nina was talking about what documents are available, but there was a whole peer review, not a peer review, excuse me, the developer hired a consultant to prove that the sightlines would be good enough for his original design. That might be useful. I'll also echo Katrina's concerns relative to enforcement, because buildings are built 2 feet, 4 feet, wrong side, wrong place, on the wrong lot line. There was a report of a development where there was an extra house that was built that was marked as a minor change on site, signed off by somebody at town hall. So, you know, this is the cost of growth, is to if we're going to enforce these permits, to have this proper documentation. And so anyways, again, the cost of growth, please, if you're going to encourage growth, encourage paying for both the enforcement and the services for the folks that move in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there another online caller?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Peter Babcock, I live at 43 High Street, pretty much directly across the street from Bumblebee Way. Walk my dogs there twice a day, every day, and frankly, I just find it kind of ridiculous that it's taken 4 years to get this figured out. It just boggles my mind. Also, the idea that the trees be planted somewhere else away from High Street boggles my mind. I mean, there's got to be other locations on High Street. I know a tree came down last year with a big storm, so the big spot that's down the road, just down the sidewalk a little bit, that's on the sidewalk property. Also, I have some concerns where the tree warden wanted to put the trees. It was a good 30 feet off the road, 20 feet off the sidewalk. So I don't know if they could be moved closer down, whether that would be acceptable to people as well, because I'm not sure what shade they'd be producing in the middle of the field. Again, I just would really, really like to get this wrapped up. Another reason for having trees on High Street is to calm the traffic down, because that's a huge problem. With the safety study they did like 2 years ago, they talked about the idea of enclosing roads with trees to slow them down. But it seems we're just taking trees away from the roads, and traffic definitely sped up. Again, it was maybe 10, 15 years ago when they redid the intersection with Audubon and cleared all that. And all of a sudden the cars just sped up another 5, 10 miles an hour. So it's really disappointing how this all has been handled, and I'd really like to see it wrapped up soon. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're handing it back to you, John.
Happy to have it. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew what was going on.
Thank you. We're discussing our flag policy.
Can I speak? Thank you. So I asked for this to be put on the agenda because some months ago, a Littleton Select Board member reached out to me because he had been tasked with reviewing and updating the Littleton Select Board policies. And I was looking for our flag policy as one of the policies to send to him, and I had a lot of trouble finding it. And the reason that I had trouble finding it is because it lives in meeting minutes from the August 10th, 2020 Board of Selectmen meeting. And it just exists as a motion that was approved unanimously with some specific details. So I thought that it would be a good idea for us to discuss having a formal policy on flag raising. And I went and looked up some flag policies in other Massachusetts communities, and I thought I would share with you some of the features that are in most of them, or some of them. Interestingly, the ones that I found had been created very recently, just in the last 8 months or so. And I don't know if that's as a result of the high-profile case that went to the Supreme Court from Boston. But at any rate, these are fairly new. One thing that exists in all of them is the specification that raising a flag is considered government speech, communicating a message to the public, and that the First Amendment strictures don't apply, that it's not a public forum or meant to be a public forum for expression, that it's a non-public display of governmental or non-governmental sometimes flags or banners that are authorized by the authority, which is usually a select board or board of selectmen. They usually say that the flags will be displayed as required by local, state, and federal policies. Sometimes there's a mention that a flag could be raised in conjunction with an official town event or ceremony. Usually it specifies that the policy is not applicable to the public schools or the public school district. The flags displayed, I saw in one policy, in a clean and serviceable condition. And I actually reached out to the town manager to find out what our process is for replacing flags, because I attended the Bugles Across America event on September 1st, and I noticed that the flags at the Veterans Memorial, the US flag is gray, white, red, and blue instead of white, red, and blue, and the POW flag is pretty tattered on one end. A couple of communities have a separate flagpole for such flags, so they maintain the US flag, the Commonwealth flag, the town flag, the POW or other military flag, and then there's a guest flagpole for these requests. What else? Some of them say that it must be, one of them must be have a sponsor as a member of the select board. And I know that we didn't have that as our approval for raising the Indian flag on India Independence Day, but there needed to be a community member in Acton who was sponsoring that. And some of them also say that the flags need to be provided by the organization, and the town of Dedham actually has an application that's to be filled out that lives on their town website along with the flag policy. Another town just has a list of what information is required to make a request. So I thought that it would be a good time to discuss this when there's not a request in front of us, because then there's no time crunch, there's hopefully not high emotions, but thinking to the future of potential requests besides the India flag, which we've raised for the past 4 or 5 years, our 250th celebration of April 19th, 1775. I know that there are some colonial era flags, so if we have some commemorative event, we might get a request, or this board might desire to raise a flag. At I think it's the Memorial Day celebration, they have the parade of flags where they're all displayed from, time past. I think there's like 17 different flags, so one of those. Also, Concord this year raised the Juneteenth flag, and that's a federal holiday. So if the town of Acton had a Juneteenth event commemorating that holiday, that might be a flag. So I'm happy to hear your thoughts on it, and I'm also happy to sort of use the template that is available on other municipal websites to craft something, or we could direct town council to do so.
Nina?
Madam Chair, and Alyssa, thank you for bringing this up. I thought I would give you just kind of the legal groundwork for this to help with your discussion, perhaps. This is an area that has been rife for municipal lawyers in the last year or so since the shirtlift decision out of Boston. And we've done a lot of work with all of our 9 towns, crafting flag policies, or at least discussing the idea of crafting flag policies with them. Some have opted not to adopt any. So what the issue really turns on after a shirtlift is whether the flag being flown on any public property is in fact government speech, as Alyssa said. The issue in Boston was they had a flagpole. They did not have any policy with respect to what flags went up that flagpole. This is in general terms, of course. They didn't have a policy with respect to what flags went up the flagpole. They would take in requests, and they essentially flew every single flag that they got a request for until there was a request for the Christian camp organization that had a cross on the flag, and then the city refused to fly that flag on the basis of the Establishment Clause. And the Supreme Court said, look, you've essentially created this flagpole as a public forum for speech. You let everyone else speak in the public square, and you're not going to let this one group speak in the public square through the flagpole by virtue of the content of their speech being about religion, and that's in violation of the First Amendment. So the key in thinking about the flagpole is really about maintaining control over that flagpole so that it is governmental speech, which is not subject to First Amendment protections and requirements, versus the flagpole being a public forum. And the way you do that is by exerting control over what goes on that flagpole. So as long as this board exerts control on what goes on that flagpole, you are clearly stating to the public and those that pass the flagpole that this is speech on behalf of the town as decided by the Board of Selectmen. This is not a public forum. Some towns have said, based on that, we are going to raise the state flag, the US flag, and the town flag, and that's it. We're not going to do anything else. Other boards, as Alyssa has referenced for you, have taken a more permissive approach and said anybody can make a request and we'll consider it. And then there's kind of an in-between where some boards have said, look, we're going to vote on the list or categories of flags that we will accept. And upon a vote or a motion by a member, we can change that list at any time. But here are the flags that we as a board at this point are going to adopt as flags that we support raising. So there's a whole variety of approaches you can take. My only concern in protecting the town from legal liability is making sure that if you're not going to exert control over that flagpole, you understand that anyone who comes to town and wants to raise a flag is going to be able to raise that flag. But I do want to push back against the notion that I think has been out there in towns that if you crack the door open a little bit and the KKK comes to town, you're going to have to fly the KKK flag. That's not true. You can decide as a board, as long as you control what goes up that flagpole, you can decide what you're going to place there as your governmental speech. Now, some boards have decided we don't want to be in the business of making those statements and taking that step. Some do. With that, I just wanted to frame out that discussion for you guys as far as it's really about how much control you want to exert over what gets placed there.
Thank you. Dean?
So, as the person, for better or worse, who made this motion originally back in 2020, let me describe some of the second thoughts I've had with what the select board at that time approved. I tried to very narrowly craft it, and talking specifically about current flag of a sovereign nation. Since then, a couple of people have raised questions with me, and I've given some more thought. This, we'll call it a policy that exists right now. We could be faced with a situation with someone in town requesting to fly the flag of a country which we might be at war with, or some other country that we might not be aligned with presently. You can come up with a whole list of various countries that could be very controversial. So I think even this, what I thought was a fairly narrowly crafted motion, has probably got some holes in it and could cause, if not a First Amendment issue, could cause a lot of internal dissent within the select board, especially if we start coming up with a list of what flags will fly, what flags we won't fly. So I frankly think that if, upon reflection, I would probably go with the extremely conservative point of view that some other towns have done, which is we go back to the policy of the US flag and the Commonwealth flag, and that's it. But that's just my opinion, but I think, you know, no matter how you try to put the wording in here, there's probably some way that somebody can get around it, and could cause a lot of turmoil, which it hasn't. Even the discussion about flying some additional flags in commemoration of April 19th, there are certain flags that were commonly used at the time of the revolution, which have been co-opted by radical political groups. And that can cause a lot of concern as well. So it's a slippery slope, and I don't know if we really want to spend a whole lot of time debating it, coming up with different lists. Thank you.
Jim?
This has been really informative, thank you. My suggestion would be that as a first step, we make a formal policy, like as a separate document rather than in the minutes, and that we add in these two key clauses that have been mentioned. One is that clarifying that this is government speech, not a place for, it's not a public forum. And that we add in, and to deal with some of your issues, which I think are very legitimate, that we also have a formal step for, select board approval, so that, we can discuss these things. I think that's a good, reasonable first step. If we want to talk about, once that's in place, we could have a further conversation about, non-governmental flags. We could learn something from the experience of Concord, which is recently, with their policy, which basically requires select board approval, and that it has to align with some select board policy. They approved things like a pride flag and a Juneteenth flag. And I don't know if that would pass muster on the board, but at least, other towns have done it, and the sky hasn't fallen in. But I think that should be a topic for another day. I think keeping with the sovereign nations and requiring select board approval and clarifying that it's government speech will be enough to protect us until we can have a longer conversation about the whole variety of wonderful flags we could have up there.
Will we need an additional flagpole? Just curious. David?
The current policy says it goes instead of the Commonwealth flag for a short period of time. So we could continue to do that if, as Jim suggests, and Alyssa discovered, codify the existing policy that we passed. I think that Jim's approach to start is a good one. We could also choose to add, particular categories, but I would be really reticent with the number of categories we had. For example, we could have a flag associated with a federal, state, or local holiday, for example. And with that, along with select board approval, I think will, in the case of the sovereign flag, we would have to approve one that, and we're not going to approve one when a country we're at war against Or if it's an old flag that's been co-opted by radical causes, we wouldn't approve that either. I think that might, but I would be very conservative, I think, with the number of categories of flags that we allowed. I think it's important that we be able to approve these in a select board vote normally on the consent calendar, and that we, that we don't have every other week a 45-minute discussion as to whether this flag is appropriate. It should be kind of obviously appropriate if it gets added to the list, or anyway, I think it should be rare that we have to get into a discussion about it.
Alyssa.
So I think that idea proposed by Jim is a good one to start with, adopting a formal policy and adding in some key protective clauses for the board and the town. I did come across a policy that listed the kinds of flags that were not allowed. It was Pepperell's policy. So they specified no commercial, no partisan political, no religious. And getting into a list of either what categories are allowed or what categories are not allowed seemed risky to me. And rather, the statement that it's not a public forum and it's subject to select board approval, I think seemed the safest route.
David?
Can I also ask if we can find out how much would a guest flagpole be? Because I think that folks who have discomfort about flying a flag in lieu of the Commonwealth flag, I think that's legitimate, and we should respect that if we're able to. So if it's not a huge cost of the pole and the installation, but maybe it is.
David?
I like the allowed categories, and I would continue the allowed categories. And I think they've been useful up till now. For example, I've been asked about a flag, and I said it has to be a country flag. Right, and it's just very easy to say that, and it's not a judgment call. I can just tell them the policy is that it has to be a country flag, and if it's two kinds, like country flag and something associated with a federal, state, or local holiday, or maybe one more category, that's an easy thing to say, an easy thing to communicate, and it should be affirmative, not negative, like Pepperell's policy, in my opinion. And it should be, as I said before, a very short list, right? It should be, anyway, I've said what I said.
Thank you. Dean?
Yeah, I'd suggest that, we task somebody with the responsibility of coming up with a formal policy that we can review. The other observation I'd make is, if we do want to put up a guest flagpole, which I'm not necessarily in favor of, now is probably a good time to think about putting it someplace other than right beside the two very symmetrical flags out in front. Maybe a better location might be adjacent to the Asa Parlin House when you get that project done. But I still, less is better for me.
Thank you. Alyssa?
I will volunteer to turn what we have in the minutes into a formal policy, and I will probably reach out to Dean, because we've discussed this previously, and I think that it's a good balance of views and comfort between the two of us. So I'll do that, and also, it's 17 Woodbury Lane.
Thank you for taking this on, Alyssa. And now we're going to discuss, approve revised town hall campus parking lot plan.
Thank you. So this is one of many items where you'll be hearing from our Director of Public Works, Corey York. He's been very busy, and tonight you'll just get a glimpse into what he's been up to. But This is a project that was approved for funding for design last year at town meeting, and where the board had approved the concept that we brought to town meeting. And based on input from the community, and particularly from the library trustees, Corey and the team worked on some revisions, which we want to present to you tonight to make sure you're comfortable with them before we proceed. Corey, take it away.
Good evening. Yes. Is that better? Good. There we go. Yeah, so I'm just here tonight to kind of give an update where we are. Just asking for some feedback on sort of the changes that have happened. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, so as John had mentioned, I think back in the fall of 2022, I had come before the board with a proposal for improvements to Town Hall parking lot in the library. We had vetted different ideas with the different town departments in the library, and that, looking at how we might go about modifying it to make it safer. And at the time, the board had endorsed that design. At that time, we kind of delayed advancement. As you go on the next slide, we were kind of waiting on 17 Woodbury to see how that kind of played out, so we could make sure the two worked together. So in the winter, this past winter, you guys had looked at a concept and kind of endorsed that. So this is kind of the town manager taking that, kind of advanced that design. I think there's some newer plans that just recently came out, but this was just kind of showing the walkway that was going over, the parking, things like that. So we wanted to be cognizant of that and how we connected into it. So following that information, we then went back to the library and we met with the trustees and kind of talked about what we have, what's going on with the 17 Woodbury, and to get their feedback on where we were. So there was a number of different, say, minor changes or things that we're looking into. Similar as since that design a couple of years ago, we had some other comments that we were looking at incorporating, but there was probably a couple major changes that the trustees were looking at. One was right in front of the library entrance. So on the next slide, you'll see on the original design in 2022, we had looked at the idea of closing that off right in front of the library entrance. So it was more of just a strictly pedestrian, so it would make it safer for people coming in and out. They had some concerns as far as so the traffic of people that are going to the book return, the shuttle bus, the book deliveries, things like that. But also in the prior design, if people that were coming up to park went up into that lot between the library entrance and the playground, and there was no parking, they would either have to do a three-point turn or back out. So they had suggested looking into a one-way. So we were playing around with different scenarios. And this is sort of a concept that we came up with, is a one-way. So if you were to pull up in that parking lot, there was no spaces. The public can continue one way out towards Town Hall. We would narrow it up a little bit. We were thinking it would probably be different surface treatment, so it would stand out as something different. And then we could use some of that area for different amenities, whether it's plantings and that. You'll see the crosswalk down below that's tying into Woodbury Lane, so it would get people across and then into that area. And this would allow parents at night, and speaking with the trustees, the kids will wait by the door and then the parents will come pick them up, so it allows that. And then in their master planning process, they have some visions for changes to the book return, so it still allows that opportunity. As part of this design, we were looking at having sort of do not enter signs as you're coming from the town hall side, but we would have a sign that would say something like authorized vehicles only. And what that would allow would be the library's book deliveries could still pull up, get out of the way of the main traffic flow. And it would also allow the shuttle bus that could come up and drop their passengers off right at the entrance like that. So we thought this would be kind of a reasonable compromise between the two. The other changes that we've looked at, if you go on the next screen, so you'll see this is showing that one-way access in front of the library entrance, but the other change was just concerns with parking, so, which is kind of a two-part thing, but as far as the main lot, we originally had 4 sort of traffic islands. So you'll see the 2 up behind Town Hall, and there's the one sort of down at the lower end, and it has kind of a tree area looking at it. Those essentially are taking away parking spots in order to do that. So the parking proposal right here, right now, is probably about losing, probably, I think, about 3 spaces or so. So there was a request to consider removing those, so we at least maintain fairly the equal amount of parking as what we have now. I know from an operational standpoint, the plow drivers would probably like less things to have to work around, but, so that was one suggestion the trustees had. So those are kind of the 2 big things that I saw on the main lot. As we go to the next screen, one of the other questions the trustees had, which relates more to the red house across the street, was an idea of leveraging more parking on this property. So I reached out to the group that's working on that property, and on the next slide, they were kind of explaining to me the vision of what they have on the property as far as repurposing the property itself to more green infrastructure, more of a climate resilient project. And they currently have 2 grants right now that they're working with as far as to start implementing some of those changes. And if we go to the next screen, you'll see a couple parking scenarios. So the one on the right is something that I think my office did years ago as far as just areas we might be able to put parking. So on the right side, you'll see a proposal of an idea of parking behind the red house there. So sort of a larger scale. That's about where the group is considering a proposal for a meadow. And then in speaking with the group that's working at the red house, they have on the left, they had an idea of expanding the existing driveway to get some additional parking there. So this piece of it is kind of something that I think as the red house project gets going would probably have to be something that would be considered and kind of vetted out. But I do know they are looking at an idea of expanding the existing driveway, allowing the other green infrastructure to remain. So I figured down the road as that moves on through the public process, you might see that come back. I think on the last slide I have for this one is just going back to that plan, but we had come to the board and had gotten endorsed that prior plan, and I'd say we made different modifications, and we'll probably make a few more, but the 2 biggest things I was just looking for the board feedback was that one-way entrance at the library, and then the removal of those traffic islands just to help sort of say maximize parking but not lose parking is sort of the intent. So we looked at ways to try to increase parking here, but there's not a lot of opportunity short of removing green spaces and things like that. There's not a lot of extra little areas where we can fit. We were looking at some realignment of some of the parking areas that might allow for a little bit of additional, but we're always talking about 1 space or 2 spaces here and there, never. So just wanted to present sort of this latest scenario and get your thoughts about sort of those 2 major things before you tonight.
Which islands are being removed?
You see in the town, right in front of Town Hall, or behind Town Hall, there's those 2 there where the mouse are. We have a proposal to put those 2 with the idea if there was nobody in the lot, it would be a deterrent for somebody to be able to accelerate through. And then in the lower lot, there's 1 there as well. So those 3 equate to a loss of parking space in order to put those in.
So the plan doesn't reflect the removal of those islands, but you're asking the board whether they're comfortable with moving forward by removing those islands?
Yeah, if they were amenable to having those removed, so we would lose those spaces.
Alyssa? Sorry.
Thanks, Corey. I have a question. I think I understand the direction
Sure.
of the one-way, but I just want to confirm. So the one-way direction would be coming down from the library entrance to Town Hall? The do not enter signs would be?
Yeah, so the
So
do not enter
towards-
signs for the general public would be on the Town Hall side, right there.
Okay,
And the general public would be allowed, if they were in that other lot, sort of between the library and the playground, and they came up and there was no parking, they would be able to drive through.
okay.
And that would allow them to pull up to pick up children, and then the book return would be on the driver's side if they were going up quick.
Okay, so what I don't understand is where is the authorized vehicles only?
On the Town Hall side, where we'd have do not enter, it would be authorized vehicles only, or some
Okay.
wording like that to
Not
try
near
to
the
deter.
library.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we're looking at even there, we have kind of a brick pattern. We're looking at having that as a different surface type, so it stands out as something different, not just a driveway going through.
Okay. Tom, can you go back to the slide that shows the red house plan? Sorry, the drawing, the rendering with you were just on it. I'm just wondering if we lose any of the elements by doing the driveway expansion. What is the number that's to the left of the driveway from, what road is that? Newtown, Nagog?
Yeah, they have a bioswale that's that kind of reverse C looking shape.
So would we lose that if we expanded the driveway and added the extra parking there?
It would probably have to be modified to follow the new edge, depending on what would actually fit in there.
So I definitely like the, squeezing in just a few more spots in the driveway, as indicated on the next slide on the left-hand side, more than getting rid of the meadow completely and adding in however many 20 spaces. And I'm definitely comfortable with losing the tree islands and keeping those 3 spaces. I took a look at the parking lot just to see how many tree islands there are and how green it is. There seems to be plenty. There's the little bump out that's near the playground. There's a tree there, and then there's trees between the 2 rows or 4 rows at Town Hall. And also between, there's trees between the upper lot and the lower lot and between one side and the other side of the library lot. There seems to be a lot of tree islands, but I was looking at it in terms of green and trees. I wasn't really thinking about slowing cars down, which is why I think that they were originally added. But maybe with some speed limit signs, that would help. Like, establishing, we probably have a speed limit, it's just not posted, so nobody knows what it is. But in the school lots, it's 15 miles an hour.
And I think one thought with that one-way island was, as well as a surface treatment, is potentially that could be raised, so it would help slow people if they were driving through. So it's things we have to vet out, but we wanted to first see if you were amenable to sort of keeping that open.
Dean?
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we dealt with years ago when we, pieced this design together was trying to be respectful of the parking lot landscaping standards that existed for commercial sites at the time. And I know that, I believe that a lot of those standards have changed. And I don't know whether you're compliant with those or not, whether that's a legal requirement or whether it's a moral requirement. But personally, I don't have an issue with deleting those tree islands because even though they look pretty generous, they're pretty nasty spots to try to grow trees in anyway. I'm looking at the island that there was some dead London plane trees that I'd planted years ago. They're replaced with some, I believe, dogwoods down there now, which aren't doing well either, just because of the salt and push snow and all that kind of stuff. It's a tough spot to grow a tree. I think if we want to add more green, we look to the landscaping plan for the 17 Woodbury Lane and maybe enhance that a little bit rather than try to stick something out in the middle of a asphalt desert. As far as the red house design goes, yeah, I think it seems reasonable what you're proposing as far as adding a couple of parking spaces there. I would be vehemently opposed to the idea of putting a parking lot behind the red house in that area that's destined to be meadow. Many of the residents have moved on since we bought the red house, but we certainly tried to reach out to them early on to say we're going to try to retain as much greenery as possible, and introducing an additional 20 or 25 car parking lot right into that backyard, I think, is really intruding a parking lot right up close to some some private residences, and I don't think that sends a good message. So I would certainly agree with the more modest plan that you've got planned for the Red House.
David?
Thank you, Corey. A couple of, well, one suggestion, and the future versions of this plan, could you put arrows wherever it's one way?
Yes.
And the previous version of this plan had one-ways in the two parkings behind Town Hall. Is one of them still going to be the in and the out, or are they both the way they are now?
Yeah, I believe currently with those are still looking at a one-way in, one-way out, and then we changed the lower lot so that it was a two-way, because I think that was at one point
So
was shown.
there are arrows on the lower lot, but that's the only ones on this new plan. And so just for clarity, I would like to see any place that it's one way, or actually maybe any place for two arrows or one arrow, just so that it's clear. Between the two sections behind Town Hall, a curb will remain between the two that you pull in, cars up to. Is that the same as it is now, where there's a little bit of grass that doesn't grow there, or will it?
Right behind Town Hall, yeah, that's.
Between the two sections, so that right now there's a small strip of dirt, maybe, I don't know, less than 5 feet wide. Is that going to remain? Is there going to be a curb?
We'd be proposing to, say, retain that. We'd be fixing the sections that are damaged, but keeping the curbing there. Yeah.
So if that curbing is kept, I'm okay with getting rid of the tree islands, because I think people having to go around that curbing will prevent anybody from, at night, diagonally cutting through the whole parking lot. And I think getting the 3 spaces back is probably worth it. I agree with Dean, and I think Alyssa said this about the same thing, that expanding the driveway in the Red House sounds very reasonable to me. Paving behind the Red House is probably not something I would want without more justification. And finally, in the area behind the library, I just don't want to get lost in this, because you didn't state it as one of the examples. By far, in my experience, the most traffic that goes behind the library are people picking up and dropping off. In busy times, that happens tens of times an hour. Sometimes more than once a minute, right? And so, people will swing through, drop a kid, swing out. Of course, if they're picking a kid, they might park or they might wait a while. But by far, that's the most common. And because it is so common, that definitely has to be allowed, right? And I think we manage it now. I mean, people right now, because the book drops on the other side, it's not by the other side. I mean, it's not on the driver's side in the way most people go through there. They just stop for a second, run around, put something in the book drop, run around, and then get back in their car and continue. But I just wanted to point out that by far the most common scenario there is not the bus, not the book drop. It's people dropping and being dropped and picking up. And so I think this plan is good for that, but we just have to realize that that's the case, and it might even be worthwhile to allow, if this is still 2 cars wide. I don't know what the width here, it's hard to see. I think it says 20 feet. That's probably, that's a little less than a normal lane, but maybe it's a normal parking lot lane. I don't know the numbers. So if someone is pulled over and maybe waiting for a kid, someone else can drop a book and then continue on. So anyway, I just didn't want the use case of the dropping people and picking up people getting lost.
Jim?
Let's see. I think this is basically a good plan. I'm happy that it's come before us and that we're able to, keep you going. I don't have as clear a sense that it's a good idea to remove the tree islands, but if that's the way the rest of the board is moving, I'm happy to go along with it. Also, in terms of the Red House, if we don't really need those extra spots, let's not add them, but I can see that the Red House is going to get more traffic more visitors rather than less as time goes by. So it probably makes sense, and I think it's a reasonable compromise. A couple of things that haven't been mentioned. One is encouraging the use of the Center Fire Station parking lot, which is almost always entirely empty. And especially for folks that are going to be at Town Hall for a few hours, the extra couple of minutes walk might be a good thing. We're trying to increase our step count here, trying to stay healthy. So I think a little bit of walking there is a fine thing among those people that can do it. I know sometimes there are, of course, really big events that do take up all the spots, but a lot of the parking is, by necessity, employee parking. So being able to either, encourage or require or suggest that more employees park back behind the fire station will keep the lot from being filled up. Let's see. Now, if this were a commercial plan coming before us for a permit, I would expect to see pages and pages of very difficult to read printouts about the runoff situation and whether we're, as we change the paving, what is happening to the water that's running off here. Is that a later part of the process? Will you be looking at, keeping the water quality okay as it washes out into our stormwater system?
Yeah, that'll be one of the next phases, once we kind of hone in on the concept, and then we're going to evaluate the stormwater management system, of what improvements we can do there. We've talked about looking at the lighting as well, trying to do a consideration of that, what we can do to improve upon that. So those are kind of next steps. We just kind of wanted to lock in what the plan would generally kind of look like before we started evaluating those. So.
Makes perfect sense. I'm good to know. I'm glad to know that that's happening. The other question I had was about the current state of permeable paving. In the past, when boards or citizens groups have suggested using permeable paving, it turns out that in New England, with the way that we plow and the way we bring in sand and salt, the porous nature of those pavers get clogged and have to be either constantly cleaned or they fail. But I had thought that we were now in a technical situation where we could combine, our general plowing technique with permeable paving. And I was wondering whether you'd heard anything about that or whether it was worth exploring and for some or all of this lot.
As we start looking at stormwater, we can look at sort of what I'd say the lot behind Town Hall or possibility of the lower lot. The middle lots are over the septic system. So that's, I would think that would eliminate the option there, but we could explore the feasibility of those other two, depending on setbacks and things like that, if there's any concerns,
Yeah, I had heard that the costs and the usability were converging to the point where it was sensible even for cost-constrained municipalities. But, I'm no expert. I just wanted to suggest that. That was it. Thanks.
To ask a quick question too. I'm on board with what most has been said. I wouldn't be on board with having a parking lot behind the Red House. I like the idea of the small spaces on Woodbury. Also, Corey, I was curious, is there a public parking sign in the center indicating that folks can park behind the fire station?
I don't believe I recall seeing one.
Yeah, I don't know if that's allowable, but that would be great to just have that to notify folks.
Yeah.
And I also wondered what the time frame for this project. Is there a time frame?
We're still going through the design now, so as we're getting, this is just at conceptual level still, so
Yeah.
then we'll start looking at these other levels of what we need to factor in. So we still have a little ways to go as far as that before we can really start honing in on probably the construction side, so.
Well, I was thinking of 250th, that's why I'm like, because it would look pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, the goal that we have, whether Corey remembers this or not, is to get this in the capital plan for this upcoming town meeting. For the funding, the project would still need to be probably finished, but by January, I hope we'd have a decent number to bid with, to ask for budget reasons. Hopefully that works out, but we sort of need to make a decision tonight on the concept so we can take the next steps.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, sorry. Dean?
Yeah, just following up on Jim's comment about enhanced use of the parking lot behind the fire station. And as a nod to the town manager, if you're planning on putting in any more vehicle charging stations, that would probably be a much better spot, especially if you're transitioning more town vehicles over to EVs. You charge them over there. I mean, right now, you've eaten up a few parking spots in the existing parking lots. I mean, they're high visibility, but vehicles are parked there all the time, and they're not necessarily conducting town or library business when they're parked there. So if you're going to expand those charging stations, probably don't expand them here in the town hall parking lot. Behind the fire station, probably be a much better spot.
David?
Yes, one more question I forgot to ask. Are the bike racks remaining where they are? And have you thought about, in the reconfiguration, bicycles getting out of the parking lot to the rack? You know, hopefully they don't have to squeeze between two cars to get to the rack or wherever. I just wanted to make sure that is part of your plan.
Yeah, we still are showing the bike racks next to Town Hall, and then we have a new rack that we're proposing along the sidewalk between the playground and the library, so that would be available there. I think at one point we were planning to remove, which I think we might still be proposing to remove, because right now the bike rack in that island behind the library is in the way of where the walk would be. So, and then as you move it down, that island's kind of squeezing in. So we were looking to try to keep something close to the library, but put it in an area that you're not sort of where cars are driving around.
Thank
you. Any other questions? We recognize the woman at the microphone. I'm here for the library. I'm Ann Chang, I'm here for the library. And I want to say that Corey came to one of our trustees meetings and we walked through we went outside actually, and we walked around the parking lot. And he has incorporated a lot of the things that were our problems, and we're very grateful that he did so. And we think that our suggestions sort of improved it, I think. What you don't have are directional signals. And what we thought would happen is that the area in front of the library, okay, I'm in the area in the front of the library, is on my left, I'm in the area, would be one way out. So you would come in by the playground, up the playground, so no one would have to turn around and go through there. So you would be the driver could jump out. There would be a place for it would be wide enough for the book guy who comes every day. The transit guy would open his doors on that side, and then it would go out, and you would not turn towards Town Hall. You would be restricted. You would only be able to go out to your right again. You see what I'm saying? So you could come in from Town Hall slowly if you but you would have to go all the way around and come up and go. So you could not go into the area
in front of the library from the town hall, you would have to go around, so it would be one way. We thought that that would be safer. The other thing that we thought would be safer would be to extend the sidewalk from the 17 Woodbury Street to beyond the entrance to the, so it would be there, so you wouldn't be in the traffic at all. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying there?
Yep.
Okay. Otherwise, I mean, aside from the fact that ever since I've been on the library and in town, we've never had enough parking spots. I like Dean's thing about putting the electric things in the back. I would like for, like, especially on days when we have story hour, which is Thursday mornings and this sort of thing, that the town employees who do not drive town cars would park behind the fire station, please. But we are on board with this, and we think that we like the fact that Corey came and spoke to us, and we settled our differences and made it much better, I think, right?
Yep.
So we will support it at town meeting.
And hang on one sec.
Yeah?
David?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why is the right turn only there safer?
I beg your pardon?
Why is the right turn only coming out of the library driveway safer?
Because we wanted to have, if you extend the crosswalk so the children are walking across from the thing, you don't want to have people turning left into the crosswalk. You want to have people turning right again. So it will be a loop, that's all.
So you're suggesting that the sidewalk that's shown on the plan being moved to the other side of the driveway?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the right turn only. I don't think there's a huge thing of safety, but if the sidewalk was raised there, maybe that makes sense. I think, to be fair to people, and especially considering the nature of this parking lot, if they can't find a parking spot by the library, they have to look behind town hall. And making them or asking them to go out to Woodbury and back in is unreasonable. And people are just going to violate that, right? So, I mean, I understand a raised sidewalk there or something so that people go slowly, or moving the sidewalk to the other side might make sense. But I'm not sure I would do the right turn only.
Well, I always park in the town hall lot and walk across, yeah, or I park all the way down. But no, it was for the reason I had it was for, or the reason we suggested it was for the safety of the kids coming from the 17 Newberries, and we're hoping to walk on the sidewalk. And I happened to be at NARA, and I noticed all the lovely decorations on the sidewalks at NARA. And I asked some kids who were coming off the playground what they would like to see on the sidewalk. Would they like hopscotch? And none of them knew what hopscotch was. But they wanted stars and moons and little figures of things that I didn't know what they were talking about, but they named all these little figures that they wanted to have there, and they thought that that would be fun. And I thought that that would be a good idea, or the trustees thought that would be a good idea to encourage the kids to walk on the sidewalk and not walk in the parking lot, which they do, and maybe it would help the parents as well, not to.
Yes, I do understand moving the sidewalk to the other side of the driveway, because that means that to get from 17 Woodbury to the library does require only crossing one travel lane, not two. So that's definitely an interesting idea. It means that sidewalk is longer, but I think that might be a very good thing to do, right? I mean, people walk from there, from 17 Woodbury, and people walk from there who park in the lower part of the parking lot. So.
Well, it is going to take some training, because the people don't walk on the sidewalks. They walk in the middle of the parking lot, regardless of age. And ability to walk. So we're going to have to, put up signs to say 15 miles or less, and that kind of thing, and try to teach people to use the safety features that the town has supplied. And I'm not sure we can do that, but we will try.
Right, I don't think usually speed is a problem in this. I bet you the average speed here is 5 miles an hour.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be my guess, having been there as much as anybody here, right? So I don't think, I mean, certainly you can find people going fast late at night or something like that, but not normally, not during library hours.
Well, the other thing we were going to do was probably on the playground side of the parking lot, we were going to ask for a restriction for mothers with their stroller things. They open up their stroller, they open up their van things and pull out their strollers, and they have one kid that's running this way and then another kid in the stroller. And so, to have that sort of a safety area as well. But we told that to Corey, and he thought it was a good idea too. So we're happy.
Good. Hi, Tom Lemire, also with the Board of Trustees for the library. One last thing that Ann and I were talking about, and this is just relevant, we were talking about the islands with the trees, and I know another reason not to lose those 3 spots is we are, in this plan, I believe it's as a result of additional parking burden from the Parlin project, there is 2 new handicap spots that are being added with handicap access lane between them in front of the Parlin House. So 3 standard spaces are already being lost from that. So adding the tree islands would add 3 more, which would be a net of 6 regular spaces. So just one more reason to preserve those spaces where the tree islands are. I think that was it. I echo Ann's thanks to Corey for incorporating many of our suggestions into this plan. This is great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyway, Alyssa?
I just have one quick comment. I don't know who will be responsible for creating signage to have dedicated spots for folks with young children, but instead of having them labeled mothers, they should be labeled caregivers.
Small children only.
Any last questions? Any online, Jim?
So Corey, we were very much in the mode of, approving the plan as is with the removal of the tree islands. And now the Ann in particular has raised this question about where the crossing is. So maybe you could go over the pros and cons or your decision process for suggesting the crossing where it is, as opposed to a crossing that would connect you to the existing, the sort of the paved area right next to the library.
Yeah, I think, we were looking at kind of a 90-degree crossing, and I think in the original designs, we were seeing the 70 Woodbury Lane house walkway coming this way. But completely honest, I just omitted that part when we looked at changes coming tonight. So I'll be going back looking at that, trying to get it's right near a rounding when it goes in, but I think we should be able to make something work there to move it over, but we'll explore that and see if anything stands out as why we couldn't, but doesn't appear, just looking at it now.
I just wanted to say then that I don't feel any need for this to come back to the board in terms of the technical decision about where the sidewalk crosses. I mean, I think we can express our opinions here, but it sounds like there's some technical details that you're going to have to look through that I don't want to slow down the process of you getting to your, final design documents.
Any more questions from Alyssa?
I'll just express my opinion that I agree with David that center section should not be one way, that it wouldn't be reasonable and people would likely violate it. And John, you've almost got us all trained. to say 17 Woodbury.
And I was curious if any online callers would like to speak.
Matt, do you want to just let the callers in at your discretion?
Hi, yes, I'm hoping that the loss of the islands wouldn't mean the loss of the trees. I also wanted to say that I usually count the number of municipal plates, and this is not including staff cars that are parked there all day, and it's in the order of like 10 to 12. And then in terms of the restriction for caregivers, I feel like including disability access, people, I do a lot with helping people that are have physical challenges, and I drop them off, and then I have to circle around and go pick them back up again. But anyway, just I love what I'm hearing, and I'm glad that you modified to include what the Acton Memorial Library trustees were saying, because I thought it made a lot of sense. I personally witnessed, and so I agree that people go fast. But even at 5 miles an hour, if you got hit by a car going 5 miles an hour, I mean, I witnessed a person from FinCom getting hit by another person from FinCom in the parking lot, and down the person went. And a lot of people are, vulnerable. It's not easy to suffer a 5 mile an hour car hit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's another online caller, go ahead.
I think I was just green lighted. This is Deborah Symes, 109 Concord Road. Several things. One is thank you, Corey, for this modified plan. I was originally all prepared. I was all head up to talk about, oh my God, no parking lot behind the Red House, but it sounds like that is not really a thing that's going to happen. And I'm very glad, because there are a million reasons that the existing plan for that meadow and the surround should go ahead. I like the expansion of the parking lot there, because the Red House is becoming more of a, gathering space for various entities to work on stuff. And I think that one of the advantages is that we will be able to get rid, hopefully, of that horrible invasive, oh my God, I can't say, forsythia, giant forsythia thing that's there. That would be lovely. Kudos to putting more parking behind the fire station, which is, as I think Jim said, just crazy underutilized. And I would say more chargers in both places. That's where we're headed. So why not? As we're able to, get money to do that, I'd love to see them deployed in both spots. And the only other thought I had was wondering about on Woodbury, if you're standing, oh Lord, how do we do this? If you're standing in the middle of the road on Woodbury looking west, so Red House on the left, Town Hall on the right, just past, on the left-hand side, just past the walkway that goes, from Town Hall over to the Red House, I wonder about the possibility of sort of doing an indent there, a little bump out where you could fit a couple of spots there. I feel like there might be room there to do that, and I wondered whether it had been under consideration at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Online caller, you ready to speak?
Pat, you have to unmute yourself.
Patricia, you should be able to speak.
Online caller?
Madam Chair, they've left the meeting.
So seeing as I think we're all set. No more questions from the board? Thank you, Corey, for bringing this forward again.
Sure,
Oh.
thank you.
Do we want a motion asking the town manager to move forward with this plan?
Oh, sure.
I move that.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Any oppositions? Seeing none, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Corey, again.
Great, thank you.
Corey's going to stay right there, though.
So update on ongoing projects from Department of Public Works Director Corey York, including Hayward Main intersection, Prospect at Main intersection, Great Road improvements, and River Street.
Sure. Yeah, so as we bring up the screen, looking at these different projects that we have coming on, the first one being Hayward Main. So the first one being the Hayward Main project that we have going on. As you know, the town went through a series of traffic studies and public forums looking at different options. Through that process, the town had honed in on looking at a signalization, so there was money to do the design. So we've worked through that process, had gotten a design together, and we're in the process now where we'll be coming back to the town looking for construction funds. So we're looking at opportunities. So you look at the next slide, this is the plan that we advanced from the traffic studies, sort of formalizing a signalized crossing with bike lanes and sidewalks getting through there. There's some modifications to Hayward Road and the lane width, things like that. We just finished the wetlands permitting. There's a wetland area by Musket Drive, so we had gone through conservation and got an order of conditions, got that resolved. So right now, this is where the plan stands as far as that process, and we'd probably be putting a request in this year for construction funds. As an opportunity, as we're looking at ways to fund the construction, we looked at the option of potentially having the state get involved in the construction funds. So we met with them to explore what changes might need to occur to even go down that path. So we explored some of those options, and probably the biggest change is they really want maintain a consistent buffer between the bike lanes and that, so it makes sort of the cross-section of the road wider. So, and knowing that we have the wetland issues over by Musket, it pushes the design sort of closer to those homes between Coughlin and the police station. So we reached out to them just to see if, talk to them about what those issues might be if we went that path and what they were amenable to. So we're just talking right now to see if they're even amenable to that. But this plan right now is, as it stands, is shovel ready. It's been permitted, and we'd probably be coming back through the budget process to see if it would be funded in the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
So Corey was going to go through several projects unless the board wanted to break them up.
So
What's your preference?
So we could discuss them all at once?
At the end, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. So the next one we have is Prospect Street that we're looking at. This is looking at the intersection of Main and Prospect. So on the next plan, the next slide, you'll see the design of the intersection, sort of changing a little bit of the traffic patterns, narrowing that wide opening so it limits drivers going into Prospect Street, sort of on the gas station side, where right now it's really wide. And then the exiting for Prospect Street would be sort of on the Discovery Museum side. So it modifies that, so there isn't such a wide pavement area, there isn't such a long crosswalk for people. Maintains the bike accommodations on Main Street, as well as improving the crosswalks going through. So we're in the process now of preparing a wetland filing to get that permitted, and then once we get that resolved, then we'd be looking at, it'd be we have the construction funds from last fiscal year, so then we'd be working on the next steps of getting that bid and timelines for construction, things like that. During the process, as we were working on the project and going through the public forums and the studies, we had a lot of comments made by residents in the neighborhoods there, but as well as people that drive or walk or bike on the road on Prospect, talking about the speeds. And I think most of the comments, a lot of the comments I was hearing was sort of between Main Street and Central Street. I think people were rushing potentially to go to the train station or what have you, but even we were hearing comments on the other side. So on the next slide, we, as a result of the public forums of this process, we started looking at the corridor of Prospect and ideas of what we could do to implement complete streets and traffic calming measures to help mitigate not only just the speeds going on the road, but accommodations for bicyclists and pedestrians through there. So there's been a few different treatment options vetted out as far as a shared use path or shared lanes, things like that. So we're just in that process of formulating some ideas and working towards an outreach where we'd sort of get a vision of what we think Prospect Creek could be, what would be amenable, and it would help us to align. We've gotten 2 or 3 different crosswalk requests, more so towards Mass Ave, things like that. So it would help us to kind of envision all the things that we want to sort of try to do on Prospect Street to improve things, and then depending on what was amenable and what we were going to proceed with, it would allow us to then sort of work on next steps and not and make sure we're keeping track of what the vision of the overall corridor would be. I think on the next slide we get into Prospect Street, Great Road, I'm sorry. So as you know, we did a sort of a study of the whole corridor, kind of envisioning complete streets to that. So the next slide, you'll see sort of the outcome of that, of what a cross-section would look like. So it incorporates the shared use path on one side, sidewalk on the other side, and then sort of organizing the travel lanes to a consistent width along and creating those kind of buffers between the vehicles with the volume and speed there. So now as we've kind of gotten that, on the next slide, you'll see for this project, we were kind of focusing in on the section between Davis Road and Harris Street. There's a section there from Meyer Hill to Main Street that doesn't have any sidewalks or accommodations beyond vehicles. So we were looking to fill in that gap. And one of the opportunities we're trying to leverage here, similar to Kelly's Corner, is to focus the project in the kind of the state process, where we hope that we could get the construction funded through the state's transportation improvement program. And so we looked at various other projects, and this sort of area section kind of aligns with a typical project that the state sees, and it also allows us to sort of tie into where the Harris-Acorn Park intersection is and down to Davis Road, so it will allow us to connect into the Bruce Rimmon Rail Trail, make those connections improved. As we've been doing all this work on Great Road, we've been working closely with MassDOT, and so they've partnered with us on projects like the crosswalk by Donlands at Brook Street. They've also are planning to evaluate the intersections of Hayward and Harris Street and Acorn Park Drive, as well as they're looking at the Davis Road intersection. So what we'd be looking for this project would be to tie those, whatever the outcome of those intersection studies would be, that we would tie into that with this corridor. So as we go into the next slide, you'll just start to see some ideas that were coming out during our complete street study of, this is the Harris and Acorn Park. So whether it was we realigned the roads to make it it's kind of a standard intersection, or if the idea of a roundabout came out, but that piece of it is kind of going to be going through the state process as they evaluate the options of what they want to do. We'd be looking to tie into that. So as we go through this slide and the next slide, you'll see it's just kind of putting in that cross-section that we're looking at. There's quite a bit of land in the state layout by Meyer Hills. So we have the opportunity to kind of meander through that open area with and potentially some landscaping. And then as you go to the next slide, you'll see it gets into Main Street. So we'd have to evaluate options in Main Street to do potentially some improvements there as well as we cross through, and what we can do to make that section safer. And then on the last slide here, you'll see just sort of the tie-in through Main Street and then a connection to the Bruce Run Rail Trail, which that side of the road is where we're envisioning the shared use path, and then it would eventually tie into whatever the state's going to do at Davis Road as well. That's kind of the highlight of this project. I think the last one that we have in this range, if we go to the next slide, is River Street. So as far as this one goes, as a lot of people might know, on the next slide, you'll see the project areas along the entire section and with the addition of Chadwick Street. So you see some of the concrete blocks on there. So on the next slide, there's different projects going on there that we're trying to incorporate all together. So we have the project at 53 River Street, how our complete street design would tie into that. We implemented a one-way section between School Street and Chadwick. So as we're formalizing sort of the complete street design, it would incorporate that into the design. This is where we were putting out the barriers to kind of create a safe space for people to walk along there, sort of temporarily while we're working on this design. And then as you get into the next slide, you'll just see some of the other complications as far as the 3 major bridge crossings that we have to deal with there as well. So I think it was late summer, on the next slide, we had presented a sort of a preliminary 25% design plan. So we were looking at how we might change the alignment at School Street with the one-way traffic. There's been this discussion of putting in a contra bike flow lane there, so the bikes could travel back up that way. In addition, you'll see on the next slide, as it gets down towards Chadwick Street, the modifications there where the one-way sort of ends at the intersection. We have options, an idea of raised crosswalks, the sidewalks, issues like that. So there's a lot of different things going on here on this section. And then on the last slide, you'll see one of the other implications. We have 3 major brook crossings of a Fort Pond Brook. This particular one down sort of at the Parker Street end by Carriage Drive, it's very narrow, so we have to kind of start exploring how we potentially might have to do some kind of a separate structure to get that pedestrian across. So that upper right-hand corner is just an idea of what we've seen for sort of a separate bridge structure in other communities. So that's something that we have to explore more. So as a result of the 25% forum that we did, we had a lot of feedback from residents that came, and we also had a lot of feedback after the fact as people had a chance to digest it all. So the engineers right now are kind of going through all those comments and incorporating it into the design, and I think they're getting back to us very soon with a sort of a revised draft of the 25%, and then at that point, based on this process, we have an idea of what we're planning for the road, and then we can figure out the next step as far as the design costs and the structural issues that we'll have to deal with, the bridges, things like that. So we'll be getting that information soon and sort of working on our next steps of how to keep this project moving forward. So that should be all the updates of the projects of this item. So open it up to questions. And
Thank you, Corey. You're in for the long haul tonight. Any questions? Alyssa?
Thank you.
I see myself starting and just going along the line. I'm not favoring. Okay.
So, thank you. I had a question about the Acorn Park Drive. There was a straightening of that intersection and the roundabout. The straightening of the intersection, did that involve a signal or?
at this point, we kind of visualized that during that complete street study. We hadn't got into the really vetting out the traffic design itself. So when we did that, we just sort of vetted out a couple options that might be there. We hadn't really, beyond sort of realigning the Harris Street and that to make it more 90, we hadn't really got into whether or not a signal would go there or we had the roundabout option, which we know the state typically will look at as well. So we just wanted to sort of show ideas of what it might be, but that's as far as it's gone so far.
Dean?
Yeah, thank you for the update. They all look like very reasonable plans, and certainly I know that the Select Board has repeatedly put the Hayward and Main intersection on our priority list, so I hope you'll continue work on that, and we'll see it come forward at town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just interject? Oh, sorry. We'll go along the line. So I just, refresh my memory. Can you pull up the Great Road near the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail? I wondered if, just anecdotally, I was traveling east probably last week, and there was a biker traveling in the same lane around the Davis area, around the entrance to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail in that area. And the biker was stopping to enter the rail trail. Well, the traffic, coming west wasn't really agreeable to letting him pass. So I wondered if there would be anything there in that area, just to, I don't know if it would take a crosswalk. I am not a civil engineer, so just to make it easier for bikers if they're entering the rail trail from the road.
Yes, the way this design is progressing right now is on the rail trail side, we're proposing a shared use path so that theoretically the bikers can drive in both directions on that side. So the hope is, they would be on that side already, and they'd be able, but there is a sidewalk on the opposite side, so I guess we'd have to sort of look at options, but we're hoping with that shared use path there, it would open up that opportunity. Yeah, that would be the hope. That's why we positioned it on that side, but we had heard a lot of feedback when we were doing the westerly section from Maine to Littleton. There were a lot of residents up in that section that would like to bike down and do shopping and things like that, but it's difficult right now, so we thought this was a good way, because some of them, I think, are using the rail trails, so it would be a good network to be able to come off and go right onto that.
And also just the Prospect and Main intersection, I love that project. I think that would be great, and I know that you're that's on its way. The Hayward and Main intersection, I was curious, and I know there's, it's a sensitive area, but I know that we have also other projects going on as far as the potential rotary at Route 2 and how that would affect. I would hate to propose a light in an area where just a little down the road would be a rotary that would kind of slow traffic in and of itself. So I didn't know how they were tying together with that.
Currently right now, I know they've kind of presented that idea of the roundabout, and they're advancing it. They're kind of in the very early stages, so right now I haven't seen a lot of what's coming out of that to sort of factor into this design, so, but we'll be looking at that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
David, sorry.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, because there was a concern expressed at the beginning of the meeting, that when we advanced Hayward and Main now a number of years ago, we had a listening session at the time. We heard from the immediate neighbors that are right in that intersection. They border the intersection. We heard from parents of 16-year-olds just learning to drive, having to get out of that intersection. We heard about buses backing up 3 and 4 deep, trying to get out of that intersection in the morning. I do realize that there are a couple of people in Patriots Hill that are against this, and that's fine. I understand that. Some of the things that they espouse, though, are really not correct, right? They've talked about that the traffic is going to back up pass this and that. Well, we asked that during the time that we advanced the project, and there are traffic count numbers that show how far, the modeling shows how far it backs up. So I don't believe that there's any safety concern there and about adding the light, and there's certainly safety issues resolved in getting people, especially out of the school campus, new drivers, bus drivers, et cetera. So comments and the other things, I just wanted to relate that I just, I think on Friday, I was walking home from down Main Street, crossing that long crosswalk, and I don't walk slowly, but I was walking too slowly for this one guy who wanted to go down Prospect, and so he had to go to the complete left side of that intersection so he could go in front of me while I was in the crosswalk, and then go back right so he didn't hit a car that was coming the other way on Prospect. I'm very eager to see that crosswalk shortened a little bit. I think the design, we've gone over that design several times, and I really do also appreciate the safety investigation into the rest of Prospect Street, adding additional sidewalks and crossings there. I'm very excited about the stuff going on Great Road. Great Road is just not friendly to bicycles and pedestrians now. I did want to ask, though, and I love the shared use path and the way it's proposed. I didn't, there's not enough detail yet in the designs, but I want to make sure in the places that we have apartment buildings on the north side of Great Road, that there's a way for people to cross from those to get to the shared use path, whether it's a hawk signal or a flashing beacon or whatever it is, and not have to go a quarter mile down the road to the next crosswalk, So because there's so many people that live in those apartment buildings on the north side, I just want to make sure that they can cross. I don't know if you have a comment, but if you don't, it's okay. I just wanted to note that as the plans move forward.
Yeah, we are early in design, but those are things that as we start advancing that we'll be sort of factoring that all in, looking at considerations for safe crossings and where they would be appropriate, so.
And I wanted to ask on River Street, what is the age of those bridges and culverts there? Are any of them due to be replaced in the next 10 years, or are those the ones that are in better shape?
They're in okay shape. They're the two culverts that are sort of near, I think, sort of Haley Lane there, right in that area. And then the next one down by Merriam Lane, those were both built in the early 80s. And then the one near Carriage Drive was built in the late 30s. I think it was around 2007, we went through and did a round of bridge inspections based on inspection reports that we receive, and we did some assessments and looked at bridges that we could do improvements to that would be worthwhile. And I know all three of the bridges on River Street were ones that had the ability to do some. They were corrugated metal, and so we were able to go into those. And I think around 2010, we went in and dewatered, and we did some structural improvements to the sidewalls. Typically with the corrugated metal, it's right at the water line, they start to corrode out. So we did some structural improvements around 2010 to sort of prolong the life of those. So, but as we get into sort of the next step, knowing sort of how we're going to cross, we'll have to take a much deeper look at the structural pieces of those, and see if we're adding a sidewalk on two of them that have space, the integrity of the dead weight on that, what we need to do to reinforce it, or it may turn out that we need to do a replacement or something else. So we'll be doing those evaluations as we get down the road, because as I mentioned, the Carriage Drive location is narrow, so we'd have to theoretically do an extension on one side to get across, or a whole separate bridge structure. So then the cost-benefit analysis of doing a whole separate bridge structure or replacing the whole bridge to do that. So those will be all part of the next steps to sort of evaluate all that and see what the best approach for each crossing would be.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jim?
It's great to get these updates, Corey, and I just appreciate all the work you're doing. A couple of bicycle questions and then a kind of a political, technical comment from my board members. In terms of Prospect Street, with adding the, I guess those aren't bike lanes, but they're sort of, what do you called them, like, you had a different name for them. They were.
I think on bikes, on the Prospect Street side, they're
Yeah.
called the Sharrows. You'll see
Yeah.
them.
Oh, okay.
So you're sharing the road, yeah.
Okay.
I had to Google that, by the way.
Yeah, okay. So like arrows that say, yeah, here's where bikes can go, and it suggests to cars that they shouldn't run over the bikes, which is good. What I couldn't remember was, I know that in streets that have low enough average speeds, it can increase safety in those situations to remove the center line so that cars don't feel required to squeeze all the way over to their half if there's no cars coming the other direction. So it encourages them to leave room for the Sharrows and the bikes on those little Sharrow lanes. But I didn't know if Prospect met the standards for removing the center line, and whether you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's something I think we would explore, because there is under the manual on uniform traffic control devices, it's like a minimum traffic volume where they want to see center lines. I know it came up as we started looking at Piper Road and improvements there. Currently, there isn't a center line. There's been requests for it, not so much for, I think a lot of the questions I hear come up are related to night blindness, having a hard time with the brightness of the new LED lights and things like that. And I know I've heard the arguments of having center line, it gives you that safe space and you go faster. I know I'm kind of starting to talk about a different street, but I know like in the case of Piper Road, there's a couple sections that are really narrow, so to put a center line in, we'd have to address the width factor before I was comfortable doing that, because it starts getting down to 9 feet in a couple spots if we were to do that. So, and the cost of Prospect Street, it's a possibility. And I know as we've explored the idea of removing a center line and being cognizant of sort of the night blindness factor, we were wondering if the potential of flipping and having sort of fog lines that would give you the idea of an edge, but not necessarily the separation of a vehicle. So it would give that uneasiness that someone might slow down to not sure if they're far enough over or not. So something we're exploring, and we would probably look as well on Prospect, see if that's an option. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your attention to all those trade-offs that, the center line can make people feel more assured and safe as drivers, but that also means they are faster, and it means they're over more towards the side of the road. So it decreases safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. I mean, on Piper Road, it's scary for bicyclists almost in any case, and we might need an alternate solution there. I don't suggest you start putting Sharrows down Piper Road, but on Prospect Street, it seems like a real possibility. The other sort of bike-related question was about River Street. So River Street, we talked about various ways of connecting up people who get to the end of the Assabet River Rail Trail in Maynard and want to get over to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail going south. And a couple of those plans involve using River Street. So I want to make sure we're paying attention to bike access there. And the specific question was about, you showed the notion of needing to add a kind of almost separate sidewalk or bridge or a structure to get pedestrians, away from the traffic for some of those stream crossings. And I was wondering if you had in your mind that those would be built to shared use standards, so that bicyclists would also have a place to go.
I would definitely think we'd probably be looking at the potential width or something like that would allow that, because I know at least on that one bridge down by Parker Street, it's pretty narrow, so I would think we'd be evaluating ideas like that of not just safe for pedestrians, but bicyclists as well, what the best idea would be.
Thank you, appreciate it. The last thing was about Hayward in Maine, which is maybe more for my fellow board members. So, yeah, I reread the letter that, came from John Peterson. It was also from Bill Mullen. I thought some of their concerns were valid, some weren't, but I thought it was, this will presumably make its way, we're targeting getting this to the next town meeting in the capital budget. And Bill and John are both comfortable in the political process, I would say. They've both been elected officials in the past. It would be a shame to end up at that town meeting with a losing vote on, whether to go ahead with that plan. And I wouldn't. It would not entirely surprise me if there was. I'm sure there's a risk of that. So to the extent that we can. Include them in our conversations, maybe bring them in, talk through the concerns, anything to, find common ground, I think would be a good thing. I was thrilled when the Hayward in Maine, we moved it out of the capital plan last year. And to me, that meant we had more time to, do this kind of conversation because I knew there was concern about it. I think now is the time. Thanks, bye.
Alyssa.
Thanks for bringing that up, Jim, because I think that's a pretty important point for us to keep in mind. And Fran, you had asked about how that signal, which is shovel-ready now, is going to fit into the other projects right in that area, not just the roundabout, if it comes to fruition at the Route 2 ramp, but also the traffic flow to and from Kelly's Corner. Once that's complete, it's gonna change things there in ways that I don't know we all are confident, in the outcome. So I was a little confused by the slide that said November 2023, because I thought that the plan for Hayward and Maine had come a lot earlier than that, because I don't remember being on the board when it was approved. So I might be embarrassed if I actually did participate in a discussion in November. But I do have a question about the different options that were presented, and I do recall being a member of the public and hearing the presentations at the forum, but I don't recall what all of the options were. Was a roundabout ever considered instead of a signal there? Because I think that the concerns about idling cars and the backup is valid, because I go to and from the schools every day, and there's a traffic light, and there's gonna be another one at Charter Road, and it doesn't really alleviate the lines and how long it takes you to get out. So I don't, Hayward is a lot longer to the entrance to the high school, so obviously there's a lot more room there than from Charter to Main Street, but I think that there are going to be a lot of lines. And I'm really concerned about not knowing what the traffic flow is going to be like once Kelly's Corner and the roundabout are finished, and how that's going to impact, because that wasn't part of the plan when this was designed, and obviously when it was permitted, because it was just permitted recently. But was a roundabout an option?
It was, and we talked about it. Also having a police officer directing traffic during school hours, those were the ones I remember.
A traffic circle, Corey can obviously comment as well, takes more room. So you'd be taking more land in people's front yards all the way around. And it also is, many times of the day, Hayward is not busy. And the light will be structured so that it prefers Main Street. But the light there will never hurt Hayward. It'll hurt Main Street just a little, right? Because during the busy times of the day, especially when school lets out, there'll be enough triggers of that light that it'll stop traffic on Main Street more. And because of the uneven nature of that, a traffic circle is a little weird there, but I mean, it could work, but the big thing is you'd have to take more of people's front yards.
So just if I can follow up, I'm definitely am not advocating for two roundabouts so close together. You can get that in Europe, but I think it would be really awkward now that there's a roundabout that's potentially coming for the ramp to Route 2. I think it would be way too close.
And the listening session was before you were on the board. And we also, there was a safety walk of Hayward and Jefferson. So, and Dean and I were on that, so we walked the length of Hayward and Jefferson with the engineer from Tool Design and people from DPW and others, and commented on everything from sidewalks on Jefferson to the intersection design with Main Street. So that was probably 3 years ago now, something like that, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, that came out of one of the last public forums that we had. So we had done a road safe, and I met with the neighbors out there to look at that. And I know probably one of the biggest factors that came out of that was there's a lot of children that walk out of Jefferson towards school, and there's no sidewalk. So, and with that curve, that was probably one of the biggest reoccurring comments that I heard out of that. So we did look at the potential of, as part of this project, of looking at the installation of a sidewalk that would help the kids stay off Jefferson and then get up to the crosswalk on Hayward, give them kind of a safe route from the neighborhood to the school.
Dean? And then Dave, sorry.
Yeah, I think, going back to Hayward, Maine again, and possibility of a roundabout, they do eat up an awful lot of territory. And you've got to size it significantly large enough to accommodate the tractor-trailer trucks coming from south on Main Street and getting down Hayward Road. Some of the ideas about having a police officer there, people only think about an hour or so in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, but in point of fact, that's a dangerous intersection at all hours of the day. And, when I frequently drive through it at 5:30 or 6 o'clock at night, which is after the schools are let out, it's still a bad intersection because there's so much traffic on Main Street. And, can't tell you how many near misses I've seen right there. So I think it's a real safety hazard. Yeah, a roundabout would be great, but you've got houses fairly close to the edge of the road. You've got ledge. And you do have a considerable amount of large vehicle traffic, not only school buses, but those tractor trailers that are going and servicing our second largest taxpayer in the town.
David?
Also, I completely agree, and we could have additional meetings with the concerned people from Patriot Hill. I have had actually coffee with John and Bill on this subject and discussed it extensively. They just don't want a traffic light. I respect that, but that's their, the kind of their bottom line position. It is, now that we're, very far into this, it would be a big deal to start from scratch with a different design. Right? As you can see, the design now is very far advanced. And, if we switch to something else, that's a big deal.
I was just curious about flow because, I'm not opposed. As Alyssa mentioned, was after the fact, we started this before. So I don't know what the flow would be like for traffic.
So the traffic light would slow down Main Street on times where Hayward is busy, right? So especially after school. I mean, like Dean points out that the intersection can be dangerous at any time, but it's the busiest after school. Other than that, it's going to be green most of the time. I mean, when someone pulls out of Hayward, it'll change and go back. And we're talking, what, 0.3 of a mile to the other side of Route 2, right? It's not that close.
So maybe we'll have to save this discussion. Jim?
Another thing that might help in the case of describing why this is necessary is to get updated, incident reports, safety reports. I think the last time we looked at this, there hadn't been enough time after the last round of improvements to that intersection to really see, are there still accidents at a high rate? So I'd love to get, updated numbers on, the rate of accidents there.
Thank you. I was curious if we don't have any more discussion, if there are any online callers. One. You are free to speak, online caller.
Hi, yes, it's Tara calling, and so relative to this intersection being kept as a priority, it wasn't enough of a priority of fund last year, so I don't feel like it has been a priority. It's been a priority, a couple of people want it. I love the idea of getting updated traffic numbers and accident numbers. I really love the idea of a holistic approach to KC and weighting. I believe that even with the neighbors agreeing, if they decide, I don't know what they were told when they were approached for a traffic light, to give up land for a traffic light. If they were told they had no choice, I don't know. But I'd like to know what they think in terms of different options, roundabout, et cetera. Might be awkward, but it also might be wonderful. A lot of places in Europe have multiple roundabouts right in a row. And I believe that even if they want to give the land, that the town requires a 2/3 vote. So I think that this probably is heading to town meeting. If y'all push it, I would rather, like Jim says, work things out. And I'd like to see a couple of options. I'd like to see the roundabout option. If people are pushing this forward and wasting all kinds of design money that might get shot down at town meeting, well, that's kind of their fault. They shouldn't be pushing stuff through CONSCOM, et cetera, until the select board have agreed that this is something that they want to do. Just because you had a listening session 4 or 5 years ago doesn't mean that it's at all valid now. I agree with Alyssa in the sense that once KC is done, that things are going to be quite different. And I think that y'all are asking all the right questions. And I hope that you continue to ask those questions and not succumb to, 6-year-old data. Thank you so much.
Tara, John, did you want to? Okay. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the work that we've done to advance the design was only after we brought a request to do so to the board, and the board voted by a majority, if not more, for us to do that. So just like Corey did with the parking lot project tonight, we said, are you okay with this before we spend more time and money on it? And I think all of you said yes to that. That same process was used, probably a much more involved process was used with this intersection project to get us where we are now. I guess if the board doesn't want us to work on it anymore, we could stop, but that's not the direction we've received. The only reason that it wasn't brought forward to town meeting last year was because it was it was $1 million project that was part of $12 million worth of projects that we had to get down to a much smaller number, and it wasn't prioritized from a funding standpoint. It's my understanding that it's been prioritized from a policy standpoint all along, and that remains the policy position that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Are we moving on? Yep. Okay. So now moving on to number 10, an update on Department of Public Works building project.
So I believe that I'm the Select Board's liaison to the project. I've been working with Corey and with Tom on this. I know Corey's got lots of information he's going to be bringing up. But the one thing I'll say that's very important is that this project is going to be advancing. And pursuant to that, we do have a Public Works Building Committee meeting that's going to be held in this room on Thursday, September 26th at 7 p.m. It's not been, the agenda has not been posted yet, but it's in draft format. It should be going out very shortly. And we've reached out to other boards and committees. A lot of work has gone forward during the summer in preparation for this meeting that's coming up. So I would certainly encourage all the members of the board to get there as well, or even if it's going to be Zoomed as well, so you can at least watch the presentations. I think that would be very beneficial, and there'll be a lot more information coming, but I'll defer at this point to Corey.
Yeah, I was just giving a brief sort of update or snapshot of where we are, and then like Dean said, we have that committee meeting coming later this month that will have a lot more information and facts, and I figured a lot more questions people might have. We'll have the consultants there and the architects. So just touching base to give you an idea of what the project looks like. So on the next slide, as we've gone through the feasibility study and we started looking at construction phasing of how to get the building to fit in, we were looking at some core issues with the project. So a couple of the driving factors was trying to figure out how to maintain some of the DPW operations there and what kind of core things we had to kind of really look at. One of the issues there is with the mechanics, with the lifts and the things like that. It's kind of hard to just move them to another space when they need that kind of stuff to lift the trucks up, things like that. So that was one thing we needed to look at, how to phase this with them. We also looking at potentially a 2-year construction schedule to build this. So in the meantime, we were ideally, if we could have some weather protection for the equipment, the snowplow equipment, so that we're not out there trying to clear it off while the storm's happening. And then just the other operations that are on site. So what this plan shows is kind of a sequencing of what the construction phase might look like. So you see the upper left, the plan would be to build part of the building that would be the fleet garage and the vehicle storage. And the mechanics can stay sort of in the existing building and operate with the lifts and stuff they have there. And then as they get into the next phases, would be kind of the bottom left, you'll see at that point, we would have the mechanics bay ready. They could shift over into the new garage space, and we'd have the fleet storage so that we could use some of that for some temporary workstations as well as vehicle storage. And then they would start focusing in on the construction of like the work areas for the crews, the admin area, and just the crew space as far as locker rooms, things like that. So we would kind of, I say 2 phases, but it's kind of looking at it in 4, because they would, in the sort of the second phase, they would kind of have to empty out the existing building and then moving things around. But so if you go to the next screen, you'll see kind of the schematic of what the outlet of the property would look like. So it would have the big area on where the phase 1 is. That's the vehicle storage. So that's where they can park the plow equipment, the dump trucks and the cars in there. It also helps to keep sort of the noise of the operations facing the landfill. So it creates that kind of, helps with that visual buffer along with the trees and the noise, keeping it away from the residents over there. It formalizes sort of an open area between the salt shed. We kind of see that circle so that the trucks coming for deliveries can kind of pull in and out, dumping the salt, as well as the transfer station where the trash trucks are pulling in and out with the trash truck. So it gives that open area the flexibility to do some of the on-site work. You'll see a lot of the circles around there. That's theoretically, as we get into the mechanics of the mechanical units, theoretical placement of geothermal wells or something like that. So we start evaluating those kind of options. That was sort of the concept of where they might go if we go that route. And then you'll see in the bottom, it's sort of where the replacement fueling station is being designed right now. So this allows sort of that for the flow going in, so the trucks that would come in would go right to the right and go into the vehicle garage they can park. And then it really on the other side, it'd be just vehicles exiting. There'd be a couple pull-through areas for the mechanics. If they had large equipment, they could pull through those garage bays. But as far as all the backing up and the actual operation itself, it would be on the landfill side. So the building would be kind of a visual, but also an acoustical kind of barrier for those residents. So it seems like it's flowing pretty well. We're going through, right now they're working on the room layouts and the workstation layouts inside. So I think on the next slide, we have just sort of some ideas of what the building rooms would look like. So you'll see the yellow on the left is sort of the admin area. Sort of that orangey color is where the crews would come in with the locker rooms and their break room. The foreman office space would be right there. The gray areas in the middle would be where the trees and grounds crew would have a work area. There'd be also a couple work areas for the carpentry work and just the general highway crews. So they each have a garage bay, so if they had to pull in a pickup truck to work. And then the purple area on the left is sort of the garage space for the mechanics to work. And that large orange area on the top, that's the vehicle storage. So, and working inside of that, they're proposing some mezzanine space above that for additional storage, so they would be able to utilize those spaces for various things, whether it's traffic signs or whatever materials and things that they would need, keep it close to the work areas. So we're kind of honing in on some of the floor layouts and trying to fine tune some of those ideas. I think on the next slide, we have just some ideas of what other buildings, similar spaces. You see the upper right-hand corner, that's a kind of a typical workstation that shows that mezzanine space up top. And the area below that they could have tools or work areas, or if they needed to back a truck in for whatever reason. The lower right-hand side is just another DPW building that has a similar sort of mechanic space there with the mezzanine space, and then the larger image on the left shows that vehicle storage with the mezzanine area. So it's really an open areas, but it gives a lot of storage for the tools and equipment that the guys have. So it gives that flexibility for giving the space they need to sort of work now but grow to the future. And I think just as a recap on the next slides, it's just getting into the update on the fueling station as part of this project. So we've gotten funding at town meeting to work on the replacement of the existing fueling station. It's reaching the end of its life. That's the existing dispensers that we have now. So we're in the process now of formalizing the final design so that we can theoretically, we're hoping to get that out to bid this winter so that some of the longer lead times for equipment, we can get those ordered and get it in place for next construction season. In the meantime, to save some money, the crew is planning doing some of the site prep in-house, so we're hoping to start that this fall and work into the winter so it's ready for the contractors when they come. And you'll see on the next slide is the layout itself. It hasn't changed too much from what we showed in prior years, but what we've done since we've gotten town meeting approval is we've gone back, we've reduced the amount of impervious area, we've reduced the volume of the fuel capacity, and we've been working with the schools in this, so we've been sharing that with Case and the school buses as far as the flow and layouts and things. So this right now is kind of the latest of the site design showing that. So and we're working with Eversource right now. There's some poles that go along there, so we're just aligning that with their infrastructure. And we're hoping that once we get this to a safe enough point for as far as the design, then we'll start the site prep and get that ready so it's in advance of the contractors. So that's the sort of the quick down and low on this project. But like Dean said, we'll be going into a lot more of the details come the committee meeting, and the architects and our project manager will be there as well to help answer questions and kind of go through a lot of the technical stuff and where we are. So.
Thank you, Corey.
Sure.
No? Alyssa?
Thank you. Thanks for staying so late.
Sure.
You have like an hour-long drive
I know.
right? I just have a couple of questions. I think this is the first time I'm hearing about workstations being in the same area as the vehicle parking.
That's more of, I think when I was referring to that was more of the temporary phasing. So as they're demoing the existing building and we're trying to find places to transition the crews, that would allow them we're looking at having them working in some of the other spaces. And then as the new parts of building come online, they'd be able to sort of migrate in there and use that for the short term until the building was finished.
So where the vehicles are parked will not be a place for work. It will be a place for storage. So we won't need comfortable temperatures for, the crews working. I'm just wondering about the difference between the temperature requirements of vehicles versus people who are working.
Yeah, the vehicle
Not on
storage area
vehicles.
is kind of a different temperature, per se, than the office areas, things like that. It's set lower than a normal office temp, but warm enough so we don't have issues with the diesel fuel, things like that, so, yeah.
So we're focused on the temperature requirements of the vehicles.
For the vehicle storage, yeah.
For the vehicle storage, okay. Thank you. And then my second question was, I think because it's colored on the map, the parking outside the building pops out in a way that I don't notice when I'm actually there on Forest Road. So how do you determine the number of parking spaces that are required? And is that just for staff vehicles, or are there also contractors or public coming in? Because it looked like a lot to me.
It's actually, right now, we currently have about 32 spaces, and predominantly, I'd say most of that is staff and things like that. This particular scenario now is in the neighborhood of about 45 spaces, so it's not drastically more, but it gives the ability for more parking when we have meetings with contractors or any kind of we've had some public meetings at night, which isn't necessarily an issue because we're not conflicting with the crews, but if I'm having a meeting there during the day, I know when we've had different bid openings and that, they're parked everywhere. They're trying to find places in front of the storage material areas because there's just not enough for something like that. So right now, this plan is in the neighborhood of 12 or 13 spaces more, which would probably be availability for sort of outside entities if they were coming in for meetings, things like that.
Any other questions? No. Any other? Thank you for bringing this, Corey.
Sure.
This is a project that'll unfold.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more to come.
I like how you have it it's being done in phases, which is kind of cool.
It's been an interesting project. I'm more of dirt and water. This is all architectural, so it's an interesting process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So before Corey goes home, we do have one more item for him.
Okay, so.
Sorry, the streetlight installation request for Nash and Downey, the board discussed this briefly at the last meeting, and there were a few questions that came up. We provided, I think, in interim, some responses. We've heard some resident input from other folks in the neighborhood. And now the director is here, so we wanted to continue that discussion tonight. I think probably the quickest way to pick up from where we left off is for Corey to present any responses to the stuff that he's been hearing, and then take it from there.
Sure, yeah, so the original request came in from a nearby homeowner asking, that corner of Nash and Downey didn't have a street light, and he was looking to have one added for safety reasons. Looking at the neighborhood itself and the street lights, there are street lights in the rest of the neighborhood at corners and along the roads. I don't know the history of why this location didn't have it. We reached out. This is sort of the first streetlight request since it's been allocated under my authority. So we reached out to police, fire, and DPW. No one was aware of any public safety issues or anything that was going on, but no one was opposed, per se. And we did send out butter notices to the direct abutters to the location. The proposal that we're looking at is the addition of a street light onto an existing street pole there. So we put out feelers to the direct abutters to that pole that would most likely see the light from their areas. I didn't hear any responses from them, but I think since your last meeting in August, we received 2 other letters from residents in the neighborhood who were opposed to it for light pollution reasons, for night sky, wildlife, different issues like that. So, that is something new from since I think the time you guys last met. So I think there was a couple questions that I saw related to the cost of a street light. As far as talking with the technicians for the addition of a new street light onto an existing pole, it was in the range of $1,000 for the cost of the equipment installation. And then looking at some of the other existing streetlights in town, we were seeing the utility bill was in the range of, I think, $20 to $24, I believe, a month for a new streetlight. So.
Thank you, Corey.
Sure.
How
Hi,
are you?
Jim Coleman from 42 Nash Road. Unfortunately, given the acoustics in this room, I could not hear a word that Corey said, but I've written you a letter, or my wife and I wrote an email. I just want to reiterate that. And in my view, there's no net benefit to this proposed street lamp. In fact, I think there's a potential net disbenefit. Just a comment, safety. Nash Road's a really safe road, and there are already 3 street lights on it, which is probably more than we need. But at that particular location, I've lived there for 47 years, and I've never heard of an issue there. So I won't repeat everything I wrote in the letter, but I urge you to not approve this street light. Thank you.
Thank you. Online caller, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Carlos Ramirez. I'm actually the petitioner. I live at 4 Downey Road with my wife, and I have been a resident of Acton for 2 years. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak virtually in front of the board tonight, for the attention granted to my request, and for the feedback this petition has received from the community. I love and appreciate the board's focus on safety because that is the foundation for this petition. I'm not sure if the board is able to see the legend where with the existing street lights. I hope you are able to, because that will give you a better definition of my request or the reason for my request. I'd like to start by saying that, like Corey said, there are 3 existing street lights at the intersection and along the curves of Nash Road. They appear to be spread out every 4 to 5 houses apart, and then you get to the back of Nash Road where there is no lighting for the span of about 8 homes, including the intersection of Nash and Downey Road, making this area extremely dark at night and the perfect location for a new street light. I understand, like Corey said again, the police, fire, and the Department of Public Works do not have any objections to this request. They note that there is no data supporting a public safety concern in this area, but they do state that neighbors may have other concerns. While I understand that there are 2 households that have expressed concerns for wildlife, the night sky, and their enjoyment of walking in the dark, I feel the concerns of those who are adjacent to the proposed location should be considered as a priority, as we are the ones most affected by the lack of lighting. I understand and I know a letter was sent out to direct abutters on July 30th, 2024, as I read in your report. And for whatever reasons, I don't know why the residents of 21, 29, 35, 36 Nash did not respond. I learned of this hearing today, and I reached out to those households, to those neighbors, to see what their response would be in regards to this request. This is what I collected. 36 Nash, Ellie and Charlie George are in favor of the request. They've expressed a great concern for children and adults walking their dogs at night. They also express a great concern for what they called an increased number of cars in our neighborhood, mainly UPS and Amazon drivers. 35 Nash, Neil, and Reggie Tischler, they're neutral. He is in favor. He told me today that he is in favor if it makes the residents more comfortable and if it improves the safety of the people in the circle. However, he is against it if it consumes energy for little purpose, and he also states that he would put some light into the night sky, and he likes that. So totally respect that. 29 Nash, Mark and Colby Kavanagh are in favor of the light request. They have 3 children, 2 of them attend school in town. I've personally noticed the kids getting dropped off from the school bus at around 4:15 p.m. in the wintertime, and they have to walk in the dark to the house. Although I realize and I understand that it's not a long distance that they have to walk, the parents did express they would feel safer if the light was in place for the kids to walk home. Additionally, there are other kids on Nash Road that get dropped off at the intersection, and they would also benefit from the lighting while walking home. I've also reached out to Robert and Patricia Georgiak. They live on 2 Downey. They're my neighbors, and they are in favor of the request. And I believe John and Alan Sorig of 20 Nash are also in favor of the request per the email sent on September 3rd to Department of Public Works, I suppose. While I am not trying to dismiss my neighbor's concerns, I believe street light at this location will not significantly impact the enjoyment of night walks or the night sky. In my opinion, any resident of this town or our neighborhood should be able to enjoy the night sky from the comfort of their backyard. I do it all the time. I highly doubt insects. I read some of the emails, and some of the concerns are insects, birds, and other wildlife would be profusely affected by a street light. I think that with a coverage of no more than 20 or 25 yards, in my estimate, by a street light, the wildlife would not be affected. We are located right behind 131 acres of protected land. So I don't think we are invading their habitat. I think the impact would be minimal. I think that the light will improve the safety of the households living around the intersection of Nash and Downey Road. Kids will be able to walk home safely, ride their bikes. Adults will be able to go out for a jog or walk with our pets without worries. I think most of you have heard of this summer's bear sightings in Acton, less than a mile from our homes. It is no secret we are constantly talking about deer, coyotes, bobcats, and other forms of wildlife around our homes. And to be honest with you, I would like to be able to take a walk at night without worrying for my safety, or at the very least be able to see my surroundings. Safety, I believe safety isn't just about what goes around you, but it's also how you feel in a given environment. Finally, I want to conclude by saying that the last thing I want to do is to create any animosity between our neighborhood. I totally agree with one of the emails I read. The residents of Nash and Downey Road, we all know each other. We look after each other, our pets, our houses. And while that adds a sense of security, being able to walk at night and see what's ahead of me, of you, is essential to all of us. Thank you for your time. This is all I got.
Thank you. Would you like, sure.
I'm Jackie Manley, and I live at 42 Nash Road. Nighttime is supposed to be dark. You take a flashlight, and I understand that children need extra support, but I feel that the impact has already happened. Maybe it's not going to make much of a difference, but it's already happened. We used to have fireflies in our neighborhood. I've seen 2 this year. And that's because, I believe, from my reading, from artificial lighting. The town doesn't need to buy another street light on Nash Road and Downey. We've got 3, and he's right. There is a stretch of road by his house that's dark. Yes, so what? Dark, nighttime is dark time. We like to see the stars. We like to see meteors. We've already got Boston over here glaring at us, and now we have another potential street light. It's just not necessary. Grab a flashlight, put your headlamp on, and help the kids learn to deal with the nighttime. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa.
Thank you. So I'm really glad that we didn't vote at our last meeting because of that question of whether or not there was a poll, because we had a chance to hear from some more neighbors, and I had a chance to go to the neighborhood on 2 separate occasions, one at 8:30 at night, one at 10:30 at night. And I didn't feel that there was any problem with my ability as a driver with headlights to see the road. The first night I went in, there was actually a pedestrian at the intersection of Downey and Nash, and that person was not wearing any reflective clothing or carrying a flashlight, but in the light of my headlights, he was very visible to me. I'm glad that the 130 acres of wetlands, wildlife habitat was mentioned, because that is one concern that I have. This is adjacent to an exquisite conservation area in town. I love Heath Hen Meadow, and I think that it's correct that the damage has already been done, and this one single light, if it were added, wouldn't, tip the scales, but it would certainly set a precedent for other requests. And I think that, in fact, we don't need additional lights at that neighborhood for safety. And I understand that there's a difference between being safe and feeling safe, but there is no data to support that it's a safety issue. In fact, before I was on the board, when there was a request for more streetlights along Mass Ave near West Acton Village Works, I did a lot of research and sent it to the board that a brighter area at nighttime actually causes drivers to go faster because they can see and they feel more confident and comfortable. It also causes pedestrians to behave in more risky behavior. They don't take as much care, to look before stepping out to cross the road. And my concern is that adding a street light that's on all night long is not going to resolve the issue of being able to see ahead of you when you go for a walk in your neighborhood at night. to go for a walk in the neighborhood, as, was just mentioned, you bring a flashlight, you wear a headlamp. People in my neighborhood, when they walk their dogs, they have those fun little glow lights that kids use at Halloween, reflective light-up vests. In fact, it was very concerning when we got another email from the petitioner saying, well, I'm so glad that the board is taking up this request, because the situation is people are out there walking with flashlights. That's exactly what I want people to be doing as somebody who drives home after dark. I want you to be using a flashlight or a headlamp or wear reflective clothing so that I can see you. So I am definitely not in favor of this additional streetlight, because I don't think that it's warranted. I think it would actually increase a safety risk, not security risk, but safety risk. And definitely the evidence is there that excessive light pollution is problematic for birds, for insects, even for plants. So I think that's all I have to bring to the board.
Thank you. Dean?
Thank you. I suspect that the existing 3 lights that were put in that neighborhood were put in there probably soon after the neighborhood was developed. And then in the 1980s, to try to save money, the select board at that time really restricted the installation of new lights, unless there was some really overwhelming public safety issue, a dangerous intersection or something like that, crosswalks. So that really cut down on the number of streetlights. At the same time, we did go to a new variety of street light with a full cutoff lens, so it does project the light more down onto the paved surface of the street. That said, that neighborhood does not receive a lot of traffic. It's flat. The roads are wide. There's no sidewalks, I'll grant you that. But it doesn't seem to me like it's an area that really screams out for streetlights. And I'm speaking as someone who lives on a very busy, heavily trafficked road that has absolutely no streetlights on it. And yeah, I can sit in my living room and watch the little headlamps go by and the people walking their dogs all night long. And, we do have a sidewalk, but I think it's fairly safe. And I think if we approve this one, are we going to approve the next one and the next one and the next one? And we've got the cost of doing it. If the cost of feeding this street light is actually $20 to $25 a month, you multiply that times 12 months, and then you figure out how many hundreds of streetlights we've got in town anyway, and then just start adding them, and you're getting some serious money before too long. So I agree with Alyssa. I don't see an overall need for a new street light in this neighborhood, and frankly, if we had to do all over again, I'm not sure that we've got a real good excuse for the 3 that are in there already. Thank you.
I am in agreement with everything that Dean and Alyssa has said. So, David, do you have?
So I'm of mixed feelings here. I mean, I agree. For my first reaction here was that, why is this necessary? And I don't think there's been a big case as to why. I will recognize, though, that there are a number of people in this neighborhood that would like a street sign there. I reached out to a friend today, and who hadn't made any comments otherwise. And she said it's a dark corner on a curve of the street. But even so, it's I think Dean was the one who said it. The street's pretty wide, and I think there's not a strong case for a street light here in a neighborhood. I think the main streets in intersections where there are crosswalks and things like that are more important.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm I'm also leaning the same way. I guess I wanted to acknowledge that there's a difference between a town like Acton and cities, generally speaking. I think if you said to people in Boston, to walk on your street, you should always have a flashlight and always wear reflective gear. And, it would be taken as, why are you neglecting our street? We should be as well lit as all the other streets in the city. But I think we have a different relationship here between the kind of responsibility that people take for their own safety at night. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's normal for people, and a good idea for people to wear reflective gear and have lights when they walk around at night. And I don't know, I'm sorry that that's a disappointment to the petitioner and to their neighbors. But I think it's the right decision.
Alyssa?
I just want to also add that one thing that I noticed in the neighborhood was that there was a lot of light coming from the homes through the windows. There were some porch lights, floodlights over garages. There was even one really bright light that was really close to the street, and down low was this fancy little globe. So there are other sources of light in that neighborhood. So in addition to carrying a light on a walk, there are other illumination sources.
Thanks for your recon. Oh, take a vote. We don't need to.
That's my guess, is that since we're taking no action, we don't have to have a vote. But if anybody else feels differently.
Well, if
I
there's
think
a
we
request
need to-
before the board, we would need an answer of yes or no. It would be helpful, rather. We don't need it, but it would be helpful.
David?
Yeah, I think we should have a vote, first of all, to be on record. And also, we could all be assuming how we're all going to vote, but I think it's better to be explicit about it. And I'm going to word it this way because I think the reverse doesn't work in case, and again, not knowing how things will vote. So I'm going to move to approve a new streetlight installation at Nash Road and Downey Road. I mean, people can vote against that, but if it was the reverse, we're not approving it, right? So
I'll second so I can vote against it.
I'm very confused right now.
I'm sorry, it has to be that way in case, again, not knowing how people will vote. I mean, if we turn down a motion to not approve it, that doesn't mean anything. We'd have to vote it again.
Right. All in favor? Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
No.
I know, I'm confused, but that's okay.
No, we didn't approve it.
We didn't approve it.
Thank you, Corey.
I just want to add one last statement, because I know that one of our goals is traffic calming, and I want to suggest that this could be part of traffic calming. Because I drive in other towns as well, Stowe, Bolton. I know the population is much, much less. But maybe that's why people drive so fast in Acton, because it's better lit than some of those other communities. So maybe we should remove those three. I'm just kidding. That would make the petitioner and the neighbors very upset.
So number 12, we're approving the final design for 17 Woodbury Lane project.
Thank you. So this is a project that is near and dear to everyone's heart. And we are going to the Historic District Commission tomorrow night to see if they agree that we met all of the conditions that they put in their conditional certificate of appropriateness. The plan shown before you is the progress set of the construction drawings as of this morning. The architectural team has been working very hard to first incorporate the programmatic input that we provided, that the board provided, and that the community provided. Then incorporate the input from the design review board, where they had some suggestions about the roof lines and various other things. And then, of course, the input from the Historic District Commission, which is detailed in the 100 or so drawings within this plan set. I just wanted to show the rendering here is kind of interesting, because if you look at the picture of the house, they kind of grayed out the part that'll be demolished. So that's cool. That's an interesting way to show it. And then the elevation view right below it is what it would look like if you were kind of standing a little bit up the street on Woodbury Lane. And then, Tom, if you could just kick it to one of the other elevation drawings to show. We saw the site plan earlier. This is the site plan. The Historic District Commission will be reviewing that as well. But if you look at, yeah. It's a lot of detail in here, as they're supposed to have, because the better the details are, the better the bid prices will be, because there's less unknowns. This is an interesting view because it shows on the right, if maybe even, could you even zoom in on that? On the right, it shows what it would look like from Woodbury Lane. And then, and so you can see there's a modern addition just to the right of it, but it'll be very tastefully done. And if you go to the left, Tom, this is what it looks like if you're at the playground, looking across the parking lot. This is what the addition would look like to you. This is not jurisdictional for the Historic District Commission, but it's something that I wanted to make sure you're comfortable with before we go out and continue on with. The idea here is that this addition would provide a kitchenette type space and an indoor and an outdoor. Well, they're both indoors. The bathrooms are both indoors, but one can be accessed from the exterior and the other one can be accessed from the interior. And then if you could show the other angle, there's a porch. Yeah, that might do. No, that one's too confusing. Okay, wait, that was good. Sorry, we've been doing a lot of plan reviewing tonight. This is what it looks like if you're standing this is what the new addition would look like that's on the back of the building. So if you're in the courtyard type area with your back to Town Hall looking directly at the building, this is what the addition to the back would look like. The double doors will let you in. The takeout style looking window is a way to access or see in the kitchen. And then is there another? And I sent this plan set out to everyone. Hopefully you had a chance to review it. It'll be reviewed again tomorrow night. Is there any questions or concerns that board members have about the plans as they're being finalized here?
Alyssa?
I just have a question about what's behind that takeout window. Is that the kitchen?
Yeah, could you go to the floor plan, please, Tom? Sorry, we just got these today, so we don't have the order of the plans memorized. But yes, it would be the kitchenette type space, which, oh wait, this is a good one. Let's just pause here for a minute. No, that's confusing. But I like the way that they used real pictures and then show the builders what to do with them.
The pictures are actually nice.
I'm going to get to your question, but one of the key features of the interior build-out is that we're going to take a two-story structure and make it an open concept one 2-story interior. And so that's the amount of windows that will be able to be visible from the space that will be created in there. So it'll be kind of nice in there, and it'll look exactly the same from the outside, and so people on the outside wouldn't know the difference. Let's see if we can find that floor plan of the addition. It should be, that might do it. Yeah, so to the right shows the porch where there's Adirondack chairs. Those aren't going to be included in the bid. That's just for looks. We'll figure out what kind of chairs it ultimately will be. So the new addition starts there. You walk in. There's a hallway type space, and then you walk into that kitchenette type area where the takeout window is to your right. Yeah. I'll stop calling it as takeout window because that's not what it is.
Because I keep thinking ice
Yeah.
cream, sorry.
That's not what it is, sorry. It's just a window. Yeah, and then as you can see, as I mentioned, the bath, so if you look at the bottom, that's the original building. You can enter a bathroom on the left there from the interior, or you can go outside, which isn't ideal, but we did it that way based on your feedback, and I think a pretty good idea, so that you can also access from the outside when the building is not being used for a function, to help provide some resources and services to the playground and the rest of the campus. So that's the plan. We'll move pretty far along. Tom has been working with, and I tried to list people that have been working on this, but we have a lot of paperwork that he's been working on to try to get this $750,000 from the federal government. And I think we're almost at the end of the line. And so we should get that soon. And we have the CPC, which funded a lot of this project, certainly at the beginning, and still some now. And then ARPA allocation that the board approved rounds out about $1 million and change that we have to try to get this done.
Alyssa.
I think this is going to look great. I'm very excited about the match or mismatch between the modern building and the historic structure. And thank you. I didn't realize this was going to require a Section 106 because of the federal money. So lots and lots of paperwork. Appreciate that. There was one comment, I think it was from the design review board, about the doorway to the one bathroom that doesn't open up to the exterior. And there was a suggestion about not having it open up into that function space, but somewhere else. But is that even a possibility here? I couldn't understand what lobby they were talking about opening it up into.
Yeah, I think part of the transition from what we initially were going to do to where we are now is that the addition got smaller. The addition was going to have a sort of a full lobby that would be much bigger, that all these new spaces that would be accessed from, and now we're just accessing the new spaces from the addition to reduce the cost of the project. So that would have been better probably, but just given the site and all the constraints, we weren't able to do that.
Dean.
Yeah, I think you've done a great job with this. And you know I've been a critic of it for the last 25 years, I think. One of the things I like about it is that with dealing with a historic structure, you put an addition on it, you want to make sure that the new addition is distinguishable from the historic structure, and this certainly fills the bill there. The only other comment I've got is the portion that's going to be demolished. That was built in the 1970s. The beams that are in the ceiling there, which are massive beams, actually originated in a coal and grain storage building on Arlington Street, which is where Silver Girl is operating now. And they were hauled out of there and used by the Valancourt family when they put the addition on. And I wonder if there's a possibility of being able to, in the bid set, being able to preserve some of those beams because they do have sort of an interesting provenance. I have no idea what we do with them, but there's a few really significant beams from a very iconic storage building next to the railroad in West Acton, and it might be a good time to save those if they can pull them out, as opposed to landfilling them or having the contractor sell them to a millwork yard. Thanks.
Thank you. That is something that I don't think it's reflected in the building plan set, but that is something that we're going to try to do because they're very noticeable when you're in there. You can feel that they have some significance, and it would have been nice to keep them. But the rest of that addition, they held up much better than the addition. Those timbers are in good shape. The rest of the addition is not. So that's a good. We'll work that into the plan. Thank you.
David?
Yes, are the bathrooms and kitchen heated? I know the rest of the building is not.
Yes, there will be sufficient heating to keep them from freezing. I believe that's the plan.
Yeah, that's good, because I was going to ask about the provisions for draining the plumbing every year, if that wasn't going to happen. So just electric baseboard heat, I presume?
I'm trying, yeah, I don't have that at the top of my head. I was just trying to see if it's shown in one of the mechanical drawings. But I think that was part of the other thing is the original building is not going to be an insulated space. It's going to be
Yes.
maybe not comfortable in the middle of winter. And the addition, if that space isn't comfortable, then the addition probably won't be used. So it won't necessarily be heated to comfort level, more to safety level.
Right, and maybe under some circumstances, the heat might be turned up for the outdoor bathroom, but actually, if it's electric baseboard, that can go up you can have one per room, a thermostat per room, it's trivial to do. So if you could just point me at that after the meeting, I don't need to know the answer right now, but I'm curious.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's not put in geothermal.
No. No, I just am curious a little bit how it's going to be managed, and that all the plumbing is covered by the heat, right? So that the line coming into the building is somehow covered by the heat, so it doesn't freeze.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll get back to you on that.
Jim, do you have?
I'm good. I love it. Let's do it.
Can we get that on?
I'm all set too. Maybe we can fundraise for a couple of mini splits.
I think you'd get those by the HDC.
Are you ready? I move to approve the final design for 17 Woodbury Lane project.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you. Want me to just dive right in to the next one?
Yes, thanks, John.
So the next one is a request for ARPA funding to continue the taxi pilot program. So this taxi program that we've been running now for almost exactly a year, or just over a year, was designed as a supplement to our existing transportation services because we know that, if you run a transportation program from 8 to 4:30 or whatever our numbers are, you're going to miss people, and there's going to be people that need access to services that they're not getting from our transportation. So we said, okay, we could use American Rescue Plan Act funding and some other grants to try out a taxi program where we would essentially pay for people to use private livery services to get to certain things that are eligible based on the criteria that we established. And when we first had the program out, the criteria for what was eligible was pretty narrow, medical trips and a few other things. And we kept it that way for several months. And then it wasn't, we weren't using it at the rate that we thought we would. And so we changed the program slightly to lift many of those restrictions and allow people to use it for any time they just couldn't get a ride, or any time our transportation programs didn't meet their needs. And we did that for about, since April to about last week. And that used up the funding very quickly. So we learned that we swung too far that way. So as of September 1st, we had to, because funding ran out, essentially, we had to change the program, and we announced that we were changing it and restricting it to new conditions that included up to 4 one-way trips a month. We tightened the radius for how far people could go to 20 miles instead of 25, and said that if you still had to go to Boston for a hospital appointment, that would be okay, but otherwise Boston would be out. And then we set a few other eligibility requirements. We need funding, though, to continue the program. And we were asking that the board appropriate another $20,000. And we think that with the changes to the program, it could last us for 2 or perhaps more months. We don't know, because I think at the beginning, we weren't using it as fast as we thought we would, but I think a lot more people found out about the program once we opened up the gates, so I think we might get faster utilization of even a restricted program now. So it's hard to know how long it will last, but we're hoping it will last a few months, and we're asking the board to consider that. We just, in the tradition of how things used to be done, we typed up a memo and hand-delivered to each of you, just for a little fun. And that is our proposal for how to fund it. And we essentially will be taking funding from the senior cafe, which, although is very successful, is not going to use all the funding that was allocated to it. It just isn't going to use it. And the board approved using, I think, 10,000 of it last meeting. We worked with Sharon to determine that we could safely use another 20,000 and not interrupt the cafe for the rest of this year, which was the plan. So that's what we're requesting, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I move to approve the reallocation of $20,000 in ARPA funds from the program R10 Senior Center Cafe to project R36 Taxi Program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, do we want to have discussion? Jim?
I'm fine voting yes on this, but I did want to say something else. So I'm as the liaison both to the Transportation Advisory Committee and the Commission on Disabilities, I heard back from people when the new restrictions were announced with some concerns. The main one was, that I heard from more than one person, was that it would be great to continue to allow this particular kind of trip. Let's see, allowing visiting out-of-town relatives at their residences, but still within that, 4 one-way trips or 2 round trips a month. That's for the people that I heard from, that's a kind of vital bit of connecting that people who can't drive or have difficulty driving really miss. And it would be great to be able to add that big in. Now, what I don't know is how much that would, increase the use of the program. I think because we still have this limit of 4 one-way trips, I think it would not increase the use much, but I don't know. But I think it's worth discussing whether we can add that back in without significantly running through the funds. The other thing that I heard, which in my mind is maybe less viable, but maybe important in the long run, is that medical trips in particular sometimes can't really be done in 4 one-way trips a month, or which is realistically 2 round trips a month. That the population that this program's designed to serve, elderly, disabled, and low income to some extent, are often have complex medical needs that are served by out-of-town facilities. So it seemed to me possible for us to consider whether strictly for medical needs, whether we wanted to increase the limit per month, maybe to 4 round trips a month instead of 2. But that I was even more sure would use up the funding more quickly. So I was less sure about that one. But I thought they were both worth hearing from the town manager about, whether he has any sense or analysis of how that would, increase the run rate of the, make us run through the money more quickly, and whether the board thought those adjustments or any other adjustments would be helpful.
John?
Yeah, so I think we don't have, it's a pilot program that's been in place for a year. I think the number of people that are in it now is increasing. We don't know how fast it would go through. I think increasing it for a targeted use, we could probably manage. If that's what the board wants us to do. I think the measures that we put in place were something that we knew would get people places that they couldn't get otherwise, at least 3 or 4 times in a month, which is pretty good compared to a year ago when we didn't have this at all. That was really the thinking, is that, okay, if we want to find a way to make this sustainable, we need to manage expectations that this isn't necessarily going to be people's answer to transportation. It's just going to be part of their answer. And one way to do that is say, yeah, we'll help you get places 4 times, which if you have to go a place every week, that means you get a ride one way or the other every week, which obviously would be better to give everybody round trips every week. But it's just kind of find that balance of setting expectations and allowing this to try to be sustainable going forward. ARPA money is going to be gone in 3 months. And so this is our last shot at doing this, probably. Maybe we can come back to you in October or November and ask one more time, but even then, that'll be the last time. So I think we need to find a model that's sustainable. And so that was how this was designed. I'm happy to take direction to change that further.
Dean?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the guidelines that the town manager has worked out for this. Yeah, it's not the ideal program. It doesn't give people everything that they might want, but it is a really short-term program. Just for financial reasons, I don't see that there's much chance of this ever occurring again unless the federal government bombs us with another chunk of money. So whatever you can do to eke it out to service as many individuals as possible between now and December, that's fine, but I defer to the town manager.
It was nice that you were able to extend it a little too, which is helpful. That's my comment. Sorry.
I just have 2 questions for Jim. How is, visiting a relative out of town? I don't understand how that is logistically different than, say, a medical appointment out of town.
It's not. It's just that the current the rules as of September 1st allow medical visits, but out of town but don't allow any other visits. So
Oh,
this would
I
be
understand- I
a
understand.
change of the rules to allow, to add that in to the allowed type of rides.
The circle is wider for medical appointments in Boston.
Right, yeah, that's I wasn't anticipating that we would have that, all the way to Boston stuff would apply to visiting relatives and their residences. It would stay in that, the 20-mile zone that's for most of the other trips.
Wait, now I'm confused again.
Okay, sorry.
You can't take, maybe I'm just confused in the whole program. I thought you could take basically any ride you wanted within the 20-mile limit. Is that not true?
No, that's the way it was before September 1st.
Oh, and now it's only for certain purposes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's confusing.
I
Yeah.
guess I missed that. And how is the weekly medical appointments or the frequent medical appointments, do you have an idea, and I'm not trying to invade anybody's privacy, what kind of medical appointment happens so frequently? Is it like physical therapy or occupational therapy or?
Yeah, the therapies, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Alyssa?
I wanted to point out that one pretty surprising piece of information that's in the hazard mitigation plan update. It's table 2.3, Acton characteristics, if you want to take a look. The percent of the households without vehicle access ranges from 2.1% to 9.8% across the census tracts. So there are a lot of households in town that don't have vehicle access. So I love the fact that we have this program, and I would be sad to see it end. So I don't know if the federal government is going to give us any more money, but if we can find other funds to make this a viable complement to the existing, the public transportation system that's existed for years and years and years, but is weekdays, ends at 4:30. So if we can, I don't know, Jim, maybe you can ask the Transportation Advisory Committee to put on their thinking caps and do some research and find some other grant programs, maybe from the state, maybe from the federal government, I don't know. And town staff are great at finding grant funding opportunities as well.
Jim?
Thanks for that, and I agree. I mean, there is this larger issue of the transportation program in general and the way that we've structured it, which used to be, was originally envisioned as, a collaborative between multiple towns, and now is, Acton pays for most of it, a large percentage of it, and two towns give us a little bit of money for certain aspects of the program. So there is an opportunity potentially for, cost sharing in a more fair way that would provide more services at a lower cost for Acton. But of course, that's a big project. That's not going to happen in the next 2 months, but there is some potential light. Yeah. And I know that John's been looking into it because I've been talking with him about it. Yeah. And yes, the Transportation Advisory Committee stands by ready to help dive into any level of detail on this.
So are we all in favor? I forgot. Oh, we voted. Thank you. No, we just discussed. We moved. Yes.
I think we did.
I know. No.
I said, don't you want to do discussion first?
Yeah. Yeah. Are we all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
You want to abstain?
No, I'm voting in favor of the ARPA reallocation. I didn't know if we also wanted to take a vote or get a sense of the board on recommending to the manager that they change the program to allow, visits to, family members at their residence, to include that in the four one-way rides per month possibility.
For me, I would just like to get a little bit of data first. I think right now, continuing the base program is the most important because it's having it stop 3 weeks sooner than it would have stopped is not helping anybody. So I'd like to get a little data first. That's just me.
So it sounds like there's a request to find out what the impact of that potential change would be?
Maybe the town manager could report, or Tom could report in a month.
So this may provide some further context. So the revised pilot program allows for eligibility for the following things: essential medical services, including appointments, filling prescriptions, and getting medical supplies. The second thing is essential food and home services, such as grocery, food pantry trips, hardware store, superstores, supermarkets. The third thing would be employment, when no other options are available. Cultural and educational, when no other options available. I think the proposal would be to add a fifth thing: social connections visits, when no other options available. Or visits to family, I guess, is to be more prescriptive. But one thing that we could do is maybe knock one of those other things off and replace it with that. For example, because the hardest thing for, the biggest gap in our services would be the medical thing. And so having that as the core, I think there's general agreement with everybody. I think the rest of the things are, we could be tweaked to say, yeah, we can bring you to the grocery store, but you also have an opportunity to go to Market Basket every week with the other programs we have. So maybe we'll take that off the taxi program, and we're going to instead allow you to go to something else. So those are things we could do. We just wanted to try to do something quickly, because we really did it in about a day last week when we came to the realization that it had to either stop entirely or change drastically. And I appreciate the support for allowing it to continue in some form.
Dean?
Yeah, I'll reiterate, I defer to the town manager. I think, the standards that you've got set up seem reasonable to me. And since this is such a short-term program and there's such a money crunch here, I just think, you can't do everything for everybody. So I think it's a matter of 3 months. We just keep this going for 3 months and then that's it.
Alyssa?
John, what was the cultural item?
It was cultural and educational when no other options are available. That's pretty general.
Yeah, I think if you have information from users that they are missing family and social visits, and maybe if we can, we obviously track that because you have to tell what the ride is for. So if people are not using cultural, educational, and the social visit is being missed, then I would be in favor of, removing that and adding in the connections for family. But also your idea about using the other options for grocery shopping is a good one. Going, during the week, during business hours instead of in the evenings or on the weekend. So maybe if we have the data and you can make a tweak, I'd be in favor of that happening, just based on the feedback that Jim brought to the board. And I would suggest that that doesn't necessarily have to have board approval. That can just be an internal tweak.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, that if
Yep.
John finds that he can accommodate that, potentially by changing the other categories, then that would be a great thing. But it's the details of this kind of program are rightfully put on staff rather than having us, work through the details.
Thank you.
Moving on to 14, the last item on our regular business, approve the amended and restated lease and amended and restated recognition agreement with Sincarfa for WR Grace Solar Project.
So this is a legal change in ownership that needs to be properly accounted for in the agreements that we have. Jim has been really following this very closely since the beginning and could provide much better explanation if you're interested.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, so we've signed this before. And the process of getting to the final closing involved various people going out on vacation and on maternity leave, and there was a missed communication. So some of the things that our town council said would be required in these agreements did not show up in the agreement that was signed at closing. So they, after some, lawyers can write really long and pointed emails, but they did those long and pointed emails back and forth at each other for a while and quickly figured out that they could just have us sign this revised agreement that included the key points that the town needs, and that the Sincarfa and WR Grace would then sign on. So we just have a couple of pieces of paper to sign.
Any other questions or? Cool. David?
Sorry, how are we signing? Someone's going to pass this around? Or are we doing it electronically?
We can do it electronically tomorrow.
Yeah.
We love doing our new Adobe signature
Yes,
thing.
good
It's
plan.
very, very good.
Excellent, thank you.
And
So I would
sorry.
move that we approve this amended and restated lease and restated recognition agreement with Sincarfa for the WR Grace Solar Project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No, any oppositions? Unanimous. And so moving to the consent items, number 16, appoint Sharon Tishon Gruitt from associate member to full member of the Economic Development Committee with a current term to end on June 30th, 2026. 17, approve a one-day alcoholic beverage license for West Acton Village Merchants Association Oktoberfest, Gardner Field, September 28th, 2024, and rain date of October 5th, 2024.
I'd like to hold that.
So should we go ahead and approve 16?
I move we approve item 16.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, David?
So Madam Chair, I'm concerned that this application is for anything that happens at Oktoberfest. And last year I mentioned, and I thought it was going to be fixed this year. I don't really like doing this. We don't know which are the businesses that are going to be serving alcohol. We don't know who's going to be serving the alcohol. And at least it's not in the application.
I think it's true.
It wasn't in the application in the packet.
Okay.
Oh.
Just for you, David,
No,
I requested the vendor
I'll-
name.
I won't even look. I'll completely trust you then.
True West.
I remembered that from last year.
Yeah,
So I
so
said, let's get that so it doesn't have to wait until September
Yeah, so
23rd.
I, if that's in there now, I'm good. Sorry for holding.
And it's Oktoberfest with a K.
And, okay, I move to approve consent item 17.
All in
Second.
favor? Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.